Aló, aló. Por favor, las personas que están con audífonos o las que están sin audífonos, si hablan español, por favor, silencio. That's the request that was given.
Okay, good evening, everyone. You are at Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is September 20th. It's about 6:35. Apologize for the late start. Thank you all for being here. If everybody could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And then I'd ask you to please remain standing for our invocation by Pastor Lynn Craze from Emmanuel Lutheran Church. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for this day filled with possibility and blessing, and now for the ability to gather in this meeting. We ask for your presence in this room tonight, your leading and your guiding. As the board sets about to do the work you've called them to do, inspire open conversation, determined listening, and careful deliberation. We ask your blessing upon this group of committed servants and upon the people of this county as they work together on the issues before them. We ask all this in your gracious name. Amen.
Okay, Pastor Craze, thank you very much. That was great. Before we get started, just to let everybody know, we are missing Supervisor Chiesa today, but he was back in Washington, D.C. working on behalf of all of us, and he is actually on the phone here. So he'll be a part of the meeting. We'll be doing roll call votes for everything since we have Vito on the line. But he is back there, hoping, going to bring back the bacon for us here back into the county. So we appreciate him putting in the long hours because it's very late for him right now, and I appreciate him sitting through the meeting this way. So, okay, we are going to move on to our first, we have a presentation to start off with here, and this is recognition of John Jacinto as the Iron Valley Powerlifting Champion, and Manny is going to take this over.
All right. Thank you so much. I have the honor of honoring John Jacinto, Champion of the United States Powerlifting Association Iron Valley Powerlifting Championship for Masters Class. Wow, that was a lot. This is a drug-tested event and was statewide. Some of the top talent in the world. Mr. Jacinto finished first place in overall weight lifted in 3 different events: deadlift, squat, and bench press. In addition, Mr. Jacinto finished first in bench press and set a record by benching. So I weigh in at a solid 200, probably a little bit more. He lifted 2 of me, 391 pounds. So that deserves a round of applause. So 391 was the record he was set, which had never been done before by someone in this event and class. So congratulations, Mr. Jacinto, for representing Stanislaus County well and continuing to making us a stronger community. Pun intended. So I'm going to come down.
Okay, I'll come down and present a certificate here. And then Manny's going to arm wrestle you here, I think, before we... I'm ready.
So if I could please have Mr. Jacinto come up. And this is from the County of Stanislaus Board of Supervisors, extends this appreciation and greatly acknowledges Mr. John Jacinto, USPA DT Iron Valley Powerlifting Champion, Masters Division. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You make the whole community proud. I know he won at the city level, and we talked, and he said, if I win the state level, then it's something to celebrate. So I'm happy that we have this opportunity. So a few words.
No, I just want to thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, distinguished panel. And I would say that I got into powerlifting as a way to test my mind and my body, because when you face obstacles, they're always bigger. That wall always seems bigger in front of you than it is when you're looking behind you. So it's easy now saying 391, but it was really hard trying to get there. So it's about meeting your objectives, setting your goals, and no matter if your body doesn't agree with you or you have things that set you down, you go back on track and face it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, congratulations, John. That's great. And Manny, thank you for doing that. Okay, we'll let Manny get on up here. We're going to move on to our public comment portion of the meeting, and that's this period of time where anyone can speak on any item besides something that's on the agenda. And then as we actually get to some specific items that we have called out here on some of the speaker cards, we'll have that also. But this period of time is for anybody, item not on the agenda, 5 minutes. We have a 5-minute time limit. So we've got a bunch of speaker cards here tonight. And so we will start off. I'm going to start off with our former supervisor, Jim DeMartini, who is here joining us tonight. Jim, come on up. Good to see you.
Good evening, Chairman Withrow, members of the board. It's great to be back. So as you know, I live in income tax-free Nevada now. So I can't afford to live here anymore. So I make 13% more now living in Nevada. But pleasure to be back. What brings me to California is my 20th high school reunion.
Your 20th. Is that right?
I just turned 39 this year.
That's
so
great,
that
Jim.
was the reason why. So I just had to stick around for about a week. Everybody I know and lives here in California. I don't know anybody in Reno, but I'm starting to know a few people. So I'm just having a great time here, just visiting people, and I couldn't imagine coming to Stanislaus County without attending a Board of Supervisors meeting.
That's great, Jim. We appreciate all your years of service. You served on this board for 16 years. The whole time I was here, you were here, and we all very much appreciate all you did all the years here in Stanislaus County. So we're glad to see
so
you.
it's a pleasure to be back, so I'll be watching you tonight, see how well you're doing. I know I always monitor your agenda there. In fact, every week I check your agenda. Once in a while I watch your meetings there. I see you have a budget tonight, 386 pages, so I trust you all read through it very carefully.
We did. Thanks, Jim.
So I also noticed that you're doing the Italian Heritage Month, this proclaiming at this meeting here, which thank you for doing that. I have got together with our commissioners, they call them commissioners in Nevada and not supervisors, and for in Washoe County, which is where I live, we're proclaiming it next week, Italian Heritage Month, first time they've ever done it. And they have a big Italian community there. I don't know why they haven't done it. I got together with my commissioner, and we're doing it for the first time.
That's great,
So,
Jim.
in fact, we plagiarized a lot of what you've done here in this county, kind of changed it around a little bit and added Washoe County this and that in there, and so we're doing it, I think in 2 weeks is when we're doing it, so. So anyway, it's great to be back, and I'm just going to sit quietly over there, and I'll be able to tell if you haven't read that 386 pages.
I know you will.
So anyway, it's a pleasure to be back, and it's just nice to be here and see you all here.
Thank you, Jim, for being here. I think Jody wants to add something.
And I'm always going to call you Supervisor DiMartini. It's just the way I'm wired. It does feel like we have 6 supervisors working with us tonight here. But we would like you to take some little gifts back to Washoe County. You're good friends. You can share some of the county stuff with us.
Oh, free stuff.
A little free stuff from Stanislaus County. Just some of our, pads and pencils and stuff like that you can share with your good friends in Nevada. Thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate it. California is known for free stuff, so
That's why we gave it to you, Jim.
Well, I appreciate that very much. So if you
Thank you, Jim.
ever come to Reno, I'll take you to our commissioners meeting, and I'll see what I can get out of our board.
Okay, that's great. Okay, it's a deal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, we're going to move on. The next one I have here is Mr. Monteroso, Joseph Monteroso. Mr. Monteroso, good evening. How are you?
You guys,
We're good, thank you.
I like what the weightlifter said, and I'm glad the previous speaker has put you all in a good mood, but I know you don't like hearing from me. Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, it's the same subject. I don't want to bother you with it again, but I will start off with Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. What does that mean? Well, I got my glasses this time.
I'm going to have you pull that microphone in front of you.
Okay.
Thank
How's
you.
that?
Perfect.
How's
That's perfect, Mr. Monteroso.
You got $50 million. Well, congratulations. I'm anxious to see how you allocate it. So, you might remind Thomas that 30 days is up on Friday. That's the time they have to respond. Don't ask for an extension, Thomas, because I'm not going to give it. Thank you. I hope you've all read the lawsuit. At least your duty requires that you at least read it. Whether you agree with it or not, that's not important. How many of you guys are going to hitch your wagons to this mess? And how long is it going to go on? Okay. Still waiting for Thomas to move faster. Obviously, it's not going to happen, is it? Every day we wait, there's a possibility of somebody getting hurt or killed on that road. Why aren't we moving a little faster? It wouldn't hurt, would it, Thomas, to get it done? Sorry. With $50 million, why are you wasting your time on the dirt strip? I mean, really, think about it. You've got enough money now to fill at least 9 potholes. Work on those things. The people that are living under the bridge, the veterans who need help, that's really what you guys should be working on, not this stupid dirt strip. So thank you for the info, Tom. I'm really having a hard time understanding it, so I gave it to my attorneys and my accountants to tell me what it all means. But from what I can see, you guys got a pretty good gig here. Not too bad. As you know, our lawsuit's coming to the point where we can do depositions. We got about 10 people on the list. We were hoping, of course, that this would end before now, but apparently it's not going to. As I said, what concerns me is, why are we doing this? What is the tactics behind, what is your possible defense to the lawsuit? I know, you're grinning, so you've got some sneaky little thing going on. Okay. Well, we'll see on Friday, hopefully. But why? For what purpose? What cost? You're costing all these people behind you who pay taxes and vote for you guys money for what purpose? What comes out of it? No matter who wins or loses, what comes out of it? Let the 7 property owners make the decision for their problem by themselves. They're capable of doing it. Doesn't cost you guys a dime to gate that road off. There's still time. I know that most of you, if you have a majority, you can convince Thomas to close it up and walk away. There's no embarrassment in that, Thomas. You've lost cases before, especially with the lawyers I have.
Mr. Monroe, you gotta direct your comments to me. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
You have to direct your comments to me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's okay.
Is this a vindictive program that the county's on to get me? That's ridiculous. It really is, if it is the case. I realize that there are some of you who don't like me. I can't understand why, but I'm sure that it has not been vindictive. You guys are much more mature than that. Oh, I got my light. Halloween will be 1 year that this has been going on. 1 year. So I'm still appealing to you guys to convince your legal department to let it go. Let us solve our own problems. You don't have to be involved. Well, one last thing. John Dryden, 17th century, beware the fury of a patient man. 17th century. I'm being as patient as I can be, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe.
See you next time.
Okay, take care. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask that we take a quick break? We're having some technical difficulties with the translation equipment.
Guys, we have our interpreter, Roberto, and we're working with this equipment to make sure everybody can hear. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, hopefully here, and we'll come right back here.
Thank you.
Yep. We lose. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We apologize for that. Just really having trouble with the microphones and the earpieces here working together. We've had asked everybody who can't speak English is in our overflow room, and we have Roberto, our interpreter there, who will be interpreting as we speak there. They have a TV screen so they can see us, and they will all have the opportunity to come in and speak, just like regular, except they just can't be here right now. So anyway, I apologize for that, and we had it all working. Everything was perfect when we started, but it happens. There's nothing we can do about it. But we'll keep working on it here. So, okay, the next speaker card I have is, and so you're going to have to help me with this one. Is it C.J. Canusis?
Yes.
Was I?
You said it well. My father always said you need to, if you sneeze it, or say it like you sneeze it, you're saying it right.
Okay. Very good. Okay, CJ, let me just, before you get going, our next one up is going to be Irene Cortez after you, CJ. So thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Good to see you all, supervisors. So I'm here as one of the caregivers, IHSS caregivers, and I know that it's been on the agenda for some time, discussions, negotiations regarding wages for IHSS care workers. And I understand they come from different sources, right? Local, county, state, federal, right? Okay, so lots of people become a caregiver for many reasons. Some come from other professions and end up entering it because they have a relative that needs care and no one else will provide that care, for that person. Perhaps they just, they have just a really good heart and they want to live that life of service. So we all know the financial situation, the economic situation is getting worse already. The CPI, the PPI, filling up your tank. I think we're all suffering from that, right? From that shock. The inflation is, I believe, much more than indicated. It seems to me, just to ballpark it, it seems about at least 30% more expensive to live one's life. But the wages are the same, right? It hasn't gone up commensurate with the inflation to offset that. I do believe that even caregivers deserve a living wage. Just like everyone else. Should not have to even supplement if there is the possibility, through programs or whatever, and that's nice when there is, but it should be able to be self-sufficient, putting in a good, hard day's work, 5 to 7 days a week. I lost one of my recipients, a close friend of the family, and I wasn't working on my personal projects or business at that time. She was a close friend of the family. She needed care. So I took on her as well. And unfortunately, I lost her, Mrs. Monica Gaines, August 1st. And I was there with her literally until her last breath, to her last breath, the last heartbeat, And there isn't always someone there, to be there for that person, for the people in need, the recipients. And that's where IHSS comes in, and it really can make a big difference in that person's life. The people that need that care, as you're probably well aware, without it, they often would not be able to live independent lives. That is, in their own homes or apartments. They would have to be in some type of all-day care facility. So it's not only about making sure that IHSS workers, are able to live with dignity and a living wage, but also so that they can continue to live, to work in that profession, so we can make a difference in the recipients' lives as well. And I think that's something that we really need to consider. I noticed, and sorry for the anecdote, but I noticed just the other day shopping. One of my favorite bargain at Walmart, large jar of olives that was $2-something, not that long ago, is literally like $4.98. I mean, not everything's 100% more, but that's 100% more. Between that and being able to fill up the tank and, make it to your recipient's place, as well as for whatever needs that you may have in your life and the lives of your family, I would just ask you to somehow please, if at all possible, to maybe rearrange the budget and somehow, if there's any way that you can offset that increase in the cost of living. Because 75 cents, thank you, but 75 cents will not meet that deficit. So I please would really appreciate your consideration. And I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I decided to at the last moment. But I thank you for your time, for listening to me, supervisors.
Thank you, CJ. Thanks for coming down. Okay, next up we have Irene Cortez, and after Irene will be Susan Beasley. Irene, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Mr. Withrow.
Good to see you.
It is. It's good to see you. Board members, I'm here representing Relay for Life. We've had Relay for Life in Modesto for the last 27 years. 25 of those years, they were at Johansen High. The last 2 years, we've been celebrating our event at John Thurman Field. Our event has been, and we hope to continue it to be, a 24-hour event, because we're there to fight for the cause. We're there to celebrate those that have fought and have reached remission and are now ready to fight for others in the cause. So we have a mantra that we do say, celebrate, remember, and fight back. When you get a group of us together, that's basically what we do. We are asking, and I'm thankful to Mr. Withrow because he will be presenting the proclamation at our opening ceremony on October 8th. And I would like to invite the rest of the board to attend as well. We are, okay, I get a little...
Nope, you're doing great.
Okay.
Pull that microphone down a little bit. Pull that down so we can... Perfect, Irene, that's perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm too loud.
No, you're not. You're perfect.
Okay. So no, it's October 8th and 9th, and in the proclamation we're asking for you to declare those days Relay for Life of Stanislaus County days. And our name has gone from Relay of Modesto to Relay of Greater Stanislaus County, since we're now encompassing all the smaller towns around us and any of the townships that are in the county. And we'd like to really get this out to all members so that we can all celebrate as a community and have all the residents there. That's basically all I came to say. Was to invite you guys. Hope you guys can be there. We start at 9. It's 9 to 9, and we have different things going on every hour with the laps around the track, which is a baseball field. We have a car show going on. We have a survivors breakfast in that morning. So if you know any survivors, please invite them. And last Sunday we had a survivors luncheon for at the Duarte's house, and it was awesome. We try to do as much as we can for those that need our help. So please attend, and I hope to see you then.
Very good. Thank you, Irene, and we'll get everybody there we can. Thank you for all you do. Take care. Okay, next up is Susan Beasley, and following Susan will be Melinda Screeton. Susan, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Doing fine. Hello. Thank you so much for the time, and good evening to everyone who's here. On behalf of Modesto's International Festival, and I am thrilled to be back and thrilled to invite you and our entire community that the festival's coming back after being gone for about 2-3 years or so. So we're very excited about that. It is a year of transition for us, a year of rebuilding, trying to reconnect with all those international groups in our community. So we invite you on Saturday, October 1st. That's the first Saturday in October, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we're especially happy because we're being part of history of the first year of the Graffiti Car Museum. And aren't cars international? Of course they are. So here's something that I learned from our Irish bagpiper, Mr. McGill, as he's taught me to pronounce his name, Henry Ford. His family was Irish. 300 years before he came, his family was in Ireland before he came here and started the Ford Motor Company. So great things like that we're going to be learning with the children, as we always do. 11 a.m. is our opening ceremony, and I have it on very good word today, newsflash, that Uncle Sam will be there to help us with that opening ceremony. And I would like to invite all of you to come out and learn bachata and salsa, Scandinavian dances. We're going to have Asian dances as well. Ballet Folclórico Los Falcones, one of our long performing groups. And this will be throughout the day, and we'll publish the schedule. Also, Dr. Al Chemist, who's going to have a wonderful science presentation that is sure to amaze not only the children, but all of us adults as well. We are nonprofit, all volunteers. We do have some sponsors, the Gallo Winery, KRVR, the River, and I do want to say thank you to Stanislaus County and the Community Foundation for a past grant that we received last year. That's what enabled us to have a drive-through style event with craft bags for the children. So also can't forget, we're going to have a soloist from Opera Modesto singing our national anthem, Rosa Aranda. And did bring a few little goodies, so you have your flyers. You should also have your origami. Origami is from Japan. We had a young lady who made just hundreds of these for us, so the children will be learning about that, and as well as our popular passport activity. So this is a way to just really energize a child's imagination if they learn how to travel around the world, learning colors from flags, learning about continents, learning about where is Colombia, what's the traditional instrument of Switzerland. If you come to the festival, you'll find out and you'll get to learn. We also have in there word puzzles, just a variety, and there's even a little grid. And I found out from a radio personality recently that he has his passport from when he was a child and we were out in front of the Gallo Center, and the young man is now 20 some odd years old. So this had to be 15 years or so ago. He still had his passport that he hung on to. So just like a real life passport, the children will go booth to booth, country to country, collecting stamps and stickers, and really encouraging them to have that imaginary trip around the world. So we look forward to seeing you again on Saturday the 3rd from 10 to 3, and don't forget the opening ceremony is at 11 a.m. at the Car Museum in Modesto. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and that's the 1st, Saturday, October 1st.
Correct.
Very good.
Thank
you for being here.
Sorry if I got that wrong.
No, we're perfect. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Melinda Screeton, and following Melinda will be Rebecca Harrington. Melinda, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Supervisors, Ruben Imperial. I think I saw you earlier, and everybody else in the audience. I am here tonight for a couple of reasons. I want to make the Board of Supervisors aware that the U-Turn Project is a nonprofit organization in Oakdale, and we have partnered with the Oakdale Rescue Mission. We're currently in the process of getting licensed the house in Oakdale at 131 G Street as a psychosocial rehab clinic that is going to be open Monday through Thursday, 9 to 3. It will service people with substance use disorders. It will also service people with mental health outpatient. I'm here because there's been a series of proposals that have gone back and forth for the last few months between the City of Oakdale, the city manager there, Ruben Imperial, Oakdale Rescue Mission, and myself, because we are trying to get Stanislaus County to turn over a piece of property that's at 525 Center Street to the ownership of the City of Oakdale. When the City of Oakdale gets this, we have a plan. The Oakdale Rescue Mission and the U-Turn Project already has the full construction crew and materials to build overnight housing once we have all the permits in place. We've been working really, really hard on this, you guys, and we need your support. So I'm asking that when those proposals come across your desks, that you support what we in the community are trying to do to help our community. I got a little fired up yesterday because I got a guy, he's given me permission to say his name at this meeting. His name is Danny Gardner. He came to me in February. He is diagnosed with schizophrenia. He's homeless. He lives at the river in Oakdale. He is addicted to meth and alcohol. And he came to me in February trying to get help. A couple of you guys have got some reports with his name in it. He has not had a mental health evaluation in this county. He continues to fall through crack after crack. He went through inpatient rehab in this county, and they couldn't even get a mental health evaluation for 6 months. 6 weeks, I'm sorry. That is a problem. I also recognize that this is not just a problem in Oakdale and in Stanislaus County. This is a problem not only in California, but in all nations, in all cities in this nation. And the reason for this is because our system is wired so wrong. It is systemically wired wrong from the beginning, from internally, from the top. And I know this because I'm working in the gutters with some of the heroes in this county. There's a couple of them on this board. There's some in this audience. There's some all over this county trying to help people, and it's just not there. So I'm asking for your support with what Oakdale is trying to do. It's a pilot thing. It's something new. It doesn't exist here, but I know it's going to work, and I know it's going to work because I recovered from mental health, from substance abuse, from 15 years of incarceration in and out, from homelessness. And I'm a walking, talking, rehabilitated person. So I know what needs to be done, and I want to help the people in my community get it done. And I need your guys' help to expedite this because it's taking entirely too long. Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Beck Condit because you've come out to Oakdale. You met with me on that property. You've also met with Pamela at the Oakdale Rescue Mission. I appreciate you coming out there and showing that you care about this because it does matter. Finally, New Hope Recovery. Shout out to them. They're not contracted with the county. It is a mother and daughter, women-owned, women-managed company. They do detox. They don't get any funding because they're not nonprofit. They're privately owned, but they're struggling. Not struggling, they're growing. But I don't know if there's any type of grant programs or if there's anything that you guys can do to help that place, but it's doing magic in the community. I've been working there for about 4 months part-time. I took a part-time job there after I lost a daughter in a car crash in May because I needed to ground myself, and they're not contracted with the county, so it's not a conflict of interest for me. And I've learned the magic that that place is doing, and I just want to bring that to your awareness while I'm here. And that's all I have to say. I thank you all for your service. You have your plates full. A lot gets thrown at you. I admire and respect what you're doing here. And I feel inspired and encouraged because you start with prayer here. And I'm praying to the same God. And if that's where you're working from, then magic is happening and things are going to come together and this is going to happen. So please support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you for coming down. And our prayers are with you, and we celebrate your recovery. So thank you for being here. Okay, next up we have Rebecca Harrington, and following Rebecca will be Louisa Bryan. Rebecca, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Chairman. I'm very fine, thank you. And hello, gentlemen. And Vito, off far away from us, but we still know you're here. Couple things. I really appreciated people saying from the get-go the little housekeeping rules. Phones off and being respectful to whomever is here at the dais talking, because it really is important, because we all want to be acknowledged and respected. So that's kind of one of those things that I really am glad to hear. And, you know, we also got that out in Spanish and making sure that everybody is aware of that. Couple of things. In speaking most recently with my daughter, who I'm very proud of, she's got a master's in project management, and we were talking about projects in the community that just don't seem to get any action or traction. They keep losing out on grants, and part of that is it's systemic, because areas that have the need, such as in our area in South Modesto, River Road, 9th Street, Herndon. We have a park there that belongs to the city, but it's part of the JPA, which is part of the county, which is part of Ceres. Ceres hasn't paid in for years to the taking care of it, and it has been this child that's left behind because there is no regular investment into that particular site. And that is something that becomes systematic, that is keeping it from being able to have the benefits of some of the other parks in our community, such as the Cesar Chavez Park, the former Mellis Park, and other parks throughout the area. So that's kind of a thing in the back of my mind that I just really kind of wanted to bring to the forefront. And it's very important if we really want to be able to help some of those communities. Then my other item is our IHSS people. My dad, when he had his second mental breakdown, and he was a geriatric patient, and it's very hard to find care for that type of a breakdown when you're that old. And we had a hard time finding a psychiatrist to deal with him, or people would say, oh, well, okay, he doesn't have Medicare. No, he has private insurance. Well, how can that be? Goes through a whole gamut of everything. But we had to pay $4,000 a month for my dad's care because we couldn't take care of him, and it was very difficult. And I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I will come up here and I will talk to you guys till I'm blue in the face, but please don't ask me to take care of somebody that's elderly. I do not have that capacity. So for the people in the audience who are here that do that, I praise them, I commend them, I value them, because someday, you later, much later, but someday, we all are going to be there. Someday, I'm going to be there. Right now I'm very fortunate at 66, even though I have stage 4 cancer, I'm able to get along pretty well, and I can, be a real pain in somebody's side, or I can be a real good, strong advocate for them and to help them. And I want to advocate for them. I want to advocate for them in the concept that it is very difficult, and that is a need that we're all going to be there someday. And I know that I just heard something about 75 cents, and 75 cents by the time you tax it, it's probably going to come out maybe being 20 cents. And the comment about going to the grocery store and something that had doubled in price, I went today to the grocery store because I get to, yay me, I get to go do that for my 93-year-old mom. And she's so cute, she says, here's $25. And I usually spend more than that at the grocery store because it's just the way it is. But she's from the era of World War II, and pricing is a little different. And I was looking at my store that I go shop at, Costless, up on Hatch, and I was just overwhelmed at how much more the prices were. A dozen eggs, $4.78 a dozen. A dozen eggs. I started looking at this and I'm thinking, I'm very thankful that we are blessed, because my dad had survivor's benefits for my mom, and so we're able to maintain and continue. So I'm just saying, just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. And then my last item, because I'm flashing over here, is I think I would love to bring forth to the board about getting a proclamation for our Dia de los Muertos event, Stanislaus. It's not Modesto, it's Stanislaus, all-inclusive for the entire county. I would like to do that because it is a very important tradition for the community, and I just think it's something that's valued, and I would like to ask the board if they would consider to do a proclamation for us.
Okay, we will work on that, Rebecca. I'm sure we can do that, yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming up. Okay, next up is Louisa Bryant. Do I have that? Louisa? And following Louisa will be Terry Walker down here. Louisa, good evening. How are you?
Not doing too well. The blood pressure's up, so I'm going to be stabbing. I have appeared before the city council 5 times, a meeting with the city officials twice, and have appeared before the board twice, where I have pleaded for help with the ongoing mold and wood rot problem that is creating a critical and unsafe situation at my apartment, and all this time without any decisive resolution. Tonight I will address the inconsistencies in how the city and county applies the law. At this time, my allegations include forgery, misconduct, falsifying records, false statements, fraudulent acts, and malfeasance. When you have examined the binders I have provided, please note that the photos in the front section show the first inspection was performed by Inspector MSO on February 15th of this year, the second by Joe on February 24th. He writes, appears that management replaced the siding on the lid of the patio. They covered up mold and dry rot on the structural floor joist. These 2 inspections are the only inspections attempted and completed by the city in the last 7 months. The patio and balcony are still unsafe and dangerous. The next section, B, includes copies of 2 different reproductions of the case details, and the case number is COD 2022-00345. One is a 3-page record of the first inspection by Inspector MSO on February 15th. And was requested and printed for me on February 22nd. At the meeting with the city officials on June 22nd, I requested copies of all documents filed in my case. Although I had made continuing requests for these documents, none had been provided to me. Included in these documents was the forged 14-page case detail of the same case number, 2022-00345, containing numerous illegal, altered, false statements, falsified records, and an extensive show of malfeasance. This 14-page Ford document was printed on June 21st, and I received the copies on July 5th. For the record, forgery is the act of fraudulently making a false document or altering a real one to be used as if genuine. The next section, C, shows how the 2 case details differ, mainly the description, the dates, and the officers' names. I believe the purpose of this forgery was an attempt by the building official to legitimize the lie he had attested to in his notice of violation, dated March 7th this year, where he declares that he had inspected the balcony above my patio on February 15th. Whereas he has never inspected this balcony or patio, this lie makes the notice of violation a fraudulent misrepresentation, a false statement that is known to be false. I just checked. The next section, D, will help to make clear the harassment and intimidation I have been subjected to by the city and the management of my apartment complex in my struggle to maintain a normal life. On July 23rd, I was served with a 24-hour notice to enter my unit by the manager. I was told the inspector would have to enter my patio to remove the panel to inspect my patio ceiling. I reminded her that this would need a permit from the city, and I would also like a city inspector present. The importance of this request is that the only reason for this inspection was to inspect balconies, decks, and other exterior elevated elements, nothing else, to comply with the Health and Safety Code section. Yet, on July 27, 6 individuals appeared outside my patio for this inspection, and I was immediately ordered to unlock the patio gate. I refused an entry without a permit. The building inspector informed me he had the authority to permit the engineer to enter. I disagreed and explained my rights. The engineer then took the photos of the balcony and left, and as did the other 5 individuals. It should be noted that there was absolutely no attempt by the engineer to perform the specific inspection as required by the Health Safety Code. And I believe, although there are over 70 balconies located in this apartment complex, my unit was the only one inspected that day and up to the present date. No others have been inspected, and I don't have a balcony. When I requested the building official's report, I received what I can only describe as incredulous conduct involving bad faith, dishonesty, and a lack of integrity. Legally, it is, I believe, fraudulent act, but some might say it is more like stupidity on steroids. But Section E, Section E includes more altered dates and false. But I now earnestly request that the board immediately implement and authorize an investigation by the proper authorities into my numerous allegations. Please, I am just, thank you. I got to hear.
Thank you, Louisa. Yeah.
All right, the binder
We've got the binders and we will get those.
confirms everything that I've said.
Very good.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for coming down.
Please.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Terry Walker-Dampier, and following Terry will be Corey Croson. Croson. Terry, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing all right. I would have ran down here, but you probably had to call 911. My son back there might have had to come get me up.
You did well.
But anyway, I just want to say good evening, and I won't be before you long because I'm not going to stand here and, just repeat things and things and things. But I'm just going to ask you one thing. I would just like to know if you can please make sure our county providers, the care providers, everyone who needs it, work with us and get IHSS contract, a livable contract, and help us to care for the clients. Because without this livable contract, there's a lot of people are going now. That governor signed that paper to do $22 an hour to flip burgers. So a lot of the care providers are thinking about maybe going to flip burgers. And then if they go to flip those burgers, then that's going to be a cost on our county because we're going to have a lot of sick people. We're going to have, it opens up a whole new ball game. So, and I know you guys are going to do the right thing. It's just taking you guys a little bit. You're just pulling our leg for a little while. But I have faith. I pray. Tomorrow is my fast day, and I will be fasting, that you will see it through. So God bless you. And please, give us a living wage contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Okay. Next up is Corey Croson, if I'm saying that right, Croson. And following Corey will be Teresa Tovar. Corey, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing well, thank you. Well, my name is Corey Croson, and I'm an IHSS provider in Merced County. And I care for my clients that are in the community, special needs. And I am here today with my fellow home care providers to remind you how important our work is and why you need to bargain a contract that recruits and retains IHSS caregivers in our county. Because we work in people's homes. Many people do not actually see the work that we do. It is in many ways humble work. It is also very intimate. That doesn't mean it isn't very, very important. We help people with their daily tasks so they can stay safely in their homes. Sometimes that means feeding and bathing. Sometimes it means rides to the doctor. Sometimes it just means keeping an older adult company in a lonely world. Without us, many seniors and people with disabilities would have to leave the comfort and dignity of their homes and live in institutional care at taxpayers' expense. Many of the people we care for are people who've spent their lives in this county. They have helped build our communities. They are veterans that have fought in wars for us. They are the greatest generation. We owe them so much. Why can't we be kind enough to show them that they matter to us by making sure they can live at home? Our older adult population is growing. We are not ready. We need to take action now to ensure that everyone has the care they need. Please work with us on an IHSS contract that makes it possible for caregivers to afford to keep doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, next up is Teresa Tovar, and following Teresa will be Astra Ziniga. Teresa, good evening. How are you?
Good evening to all of you. Thank you for your time. Basically, I wanted to just come and show solidarity for all of our in-home support service providers. I am a caregiver for my father. He got very ill in December, and if it wasn't for the care that I'm giving him, he may not have been with us any longer. The doctors were not really counting on him to survive his illness. I make a difference. Yes, he is my father, and it's my role as a daughter to care for him, but I don't work. This is my work, is to care for him, provide the attention and care that he needs. I just wish that if you didn't understand what we did, that if you would come out, maybe spend a day, half a day, let us show you what we do. Let us show you the value of work that we do to these people that are helpless, that need our help. And perhaps that may, give you a little nudge on how you see our work. It was devastating to see that the governor has signed law AB 257. So basically, yes, that law is now going to allow for a council to be able to provide fast food workers up to $22 an hour. That's devaluing us that are doing essential work. It's a shame. And I don't devalue the work that fast food workers do. I know that they do hard work as well, but we're doing life-saving work, and I really wish that you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay, next up, Astrid Zuniga, and following Astrid will be Sebastian Jones. Astrid, good evening. It looks like you're moving a little slow there.
Hazards of a home care provider.
Okay.
Having a meltdown with a child, and I kind of lost. Somebody said I lost. Yeah, I lost that night. I have not lost the battle, though. So, Astrid Zuniga, home care provider for my adult child, Manuel Zuniga, also known as Manny, and who has autism, intellectual disabilities, and epilepsy. I came today from a statewide California for All Ages and Abilities conference. And this is the biggest discussion across the state, is about the workforce. Every recommendation from every committee around the master plan for aging in the state had to do with investing in the workforce. I said it last week, we don't bat an eye at giving people who make almost $200,000 wage increases, but we cannot invest in our communities that are only making $15.50, that are providing a vital service. As you heard somebody else say, this is life-saving work. We put out these grand plans with the Stanislaus 2030 to address some of the inequities in our community that face many of our communities of color. But yet we can't invest in one of the largest workforces in Stanislaus County alone, who are of color and women. You guys also said in your Stanislaus 2030 that one of the Brookings researches that was done, looking at what it would take to sustain a family here in this county at a livable wage was about $28.48, if I'm not mistaken. I can go back and look at the document, but we are nowhere near there. Absolutely nowhere near there. And we have so many families that are depending on this income. I mean, you've heard people talk about the rise in costs and the inflation, and yet you guys say you want to reduce that inequity by 50%. I don't know how you're going to do that if you can't give nearly 6,000 home care providers a livable wage with some decent benefits. That 2848 also included benefits, and there's no bonuses here. There's no retroactive pay. We're not asking for a boatload. What we're asking for is the same respect that any other workforce gets. And unfortunately, that's not the case here. So I hope next week, when I go to my next meeting, that something better is given. And if not, you'll see us here again. Thank you.
Thanks, Astrid. Next up, Sebastian Jones, and that's the last speaker card I have, besides for specific items, but I think we've got more coming here. Okay. Sebastian, good evening. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Board. Glad to see D. Martinez. Maybe we need to get him to, while you're on vacation, negotiate something. He's been pretty good in all the years I've dealt with him. So maybe they may need you. You need to come out of retirement. Listen. My plate is full. I managed to do about 50 to 60 miles walk with the UFW all the way to Sacramento, Manteca to Stockton and Modesto. I'm proud of myself as an African American to stand for justice. As I've been standing here and talking and coming down here, I thought you guys and pretty much give a good, decent wages. I heard men in Great Wall said this was a great city for the guy here. Well, make it greater. Give a wage increase. It's due. We need to quit jiving around or whatever y'all doing, and let's get this done. Time is passing. I remember the last time I spoke, I said, bring your patients or your loved one. Put some hospital beds in here, wheelchairs. Fill this place up. If they make some noise, ain't nothing you can do, because they disabled. Can't kick them out. But we need to. Everybody down there just coming begging. I hate that word, begging. Let's get busy. Remember I told you about y'all wages? You guys got to increase. Now what's the hold up? What? It's just not clicking in my head. You guys come first, and everybody else got to crawl. That's not right. You know the groceries not going to go down. The food is not going. It's just going to be what it's going to be. And ain't nothing we can do about it. We pay the highest gas in any state. I was in Texas, they was paying $3.15 a gallon. And they complained about that. I don't know why. I told me to come to California. But it's time, board. It's time for you men's up there. There ain't no women's up there. It's time for you guys to make this priority. I know y'all got this $15 million whatever, but that ain't nothing but a chip to give to the UDF. Just asked him for, like I said, I'd say $4. I don't know where a person gets 75 cents at, but that wouldn't even buy a candy bar. But $4 is reasonable. And that way you don't have to see them for about 5 years. You know. And I think that this needs to get cleared up. I don't know what the holdup is. It's just figuring out mathematical thing. And just calculate this here. Don't leave a big old surplus when people are trying to get a cost of living. I thank God for them taking care of their loved one. Ain't nobody want to be stuck in no facility, sharing a TV. Nobody don't want that. They want to be around and get some soul food, or some Chinese food, or some American food. They don't want to be in there getting what they giving them. It makes them live longer when they're around their loved one. And I appreciate them, even though I have a patient. Well, I just put me he's like a pops to me, so I'll say he's with me. And I'm fighting. He wants to come down, but he just got too much oxygen machine. So he can't walk. Well, I thank you for the time. Let's get this out the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Okay, next is Margarita Enriquez. Next up is Margarita Enriquez, and following Margarita will be Maria Elena Alonso. Sorry, I should have said that Margarita sooner so she could get a chance to get here. Okay, Margarita Enriquez, and each one of these will require an interpreter. So next up is Margarita, and after Margarita will be Maria Elena Alonso. Margarita? Very good. Good evening.
My name is Margarita Enriquez.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
My name is Margarita Enriquez.
Yo estoy aquí porque yo estoy cuidando a mi mamá.
I'm here because I'm taking care of my mother.
Y nada más me pagan por 20 horas.
And I get paid for only 20 hours.
Yo de mi sueldo tengo que comprar los pañales y las
I have
cosas
to
para
pay for
limpiar.
her diapers, for cleaning accessories.
Y vengo por un aumento y más que me den más horas de trabajo para poder
And-
completar todo.
And I have to work overtime in order to make ends meet.
Eso es todo.
That's all I have to say.
Gracias, Margarita. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Maria Elena Alonso, followed by Matiana Lujan. Maria, buenas
Hola,
noches.
buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Alonso.
Good night. My name is Maria Alonso.
Estoy aquí porque yo cuido a mi hijo.
I'm here
Y
because I take care of my
y
son.
pues yo pienso que es justo, es necesario un aumento que nos den porque como está ahorita la situación, yo pienso que no nos alcanza. Subió todo, la comida y todo, y pues el sueldo a nosotros no nos los aumentan. Y por eso estoy aquí.
I'm here because it is only just and fair that we have this raise because the cost of life has really gone up, and it is really something that we're hurting about. And that's why I'm here, because I think you ought to have this raise for us.
Okay. Gracias, buenas noches.
Gracias,
Thank you. Good
Maria.
night.
Okay, next up, we have Matiana Lujan. Matiana, buenas noches.
¿Cómo están?
Good night. How are you?
Bien, gracias.
Voy a ser breve.
I'll be brief.
Soy proveedora de mi hija por 15 años.
I've been taking care of my daughter for 15 years.
Ella es muy feliz en casa.
She's happy at home.
Por tranquilidad mental y espiritual, somos una familia que queremos mantenernos siempre unidos.
Because of mental and spiritual peace, we want to stay together.
Si yo tuviera que salir fuera a trabajar o dejar a mi hija en algún otro lugar, eso no sucedería.
If I had to take my daughter and leave it at somebody else's care, that would not be possible.
De todo corazón les pido
From the bottom of my heart, I ask you
que consideren esta lucha que estamos teniendo,
that you see the struggle that we're having,
porque la vida ahorita es una incertidumbre para todos.
because right now life is uncertain for everyone.
Les agradezco a todos su atención
I thank you for your attention,
y bendiciones a sus familias.
and
Buenas
God
noches.
bless you. God bless you.
Gracias, Martina. Okay, next up, we have Sofia Rodriguez, followed by Juan, I'm sorry, Escata. Very good, Juan, okay. Sofia?
Perdón.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, how are you?
Hi, good. Good to see you again. This is my third time coming. This time, I'm going to talk about the unemployment rate For Stanislaus County, we have a 5% unemployment for what I have seen on March 2022. That's what I pull out the information from. It's a 5%. Alameda County, why am I mentioning Alameda County? Alameda County, it's 3.2%. But their IHSS workers are getting paid $17.60. And it's only 1 hour and 16 minutes away. So just to let you guys know, that's some good, if you guys can visit wages on IHSS, you can look on the counties and see what the pay rate is. Cost of living, it's about the same. Our cost of living is getting higher. Inflation. Gas prices has gone up again. They promise money to come in for $100, maybe in a check coming up soon. We don't know, but we already spend more than that. So if we decide not to be an IHSS provider anymore, we're going to go and join the workforce. It can be labor, it can be any type of job. Because I know a lot of the IHSS providers have some education, have gone through some work already that they know about, that they know they can get more money from, but because they have either a family member or someone, they were just assigned to be their caregivers for any reason, they're doing that. And we are doing that. I am doing it because of that. I'm not doing it because of the money, because if I was doing it because of the money, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be wasting my time for $15.50. But I do it because I do it. I care about who's next to me. I care about my my recipient and my mother. So that's what I'm here for. And hopefully you guys look at the wages. Even $17 wouldn't be enough. But if it's been said, that's just to start with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. Okay, so next up, I think Juan wants to talk about the ARPA item 8.1. So next up is Fidelina Canela, followed by Zenaida Velasquez. So Fidelina. Fidelina, buenas noches.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Zenaida Velázquez.
Mi nombre es Zenaida Velázquez.
Estoy aquí porque yo cuido a mi hijo.
I am here because I take care of my son.
Él no oye, no puede oír ni hablar. Tiene autismo severo.
He's mute and deaf and mute.
Yo no puedo salir a trabajar porque él necesita cuidado todo el tiempo.
He needs care 24 hours a day.
Hay noches que no duerme, entonces tiene que alguien estar con él. Él no sabe de peligro.
He doesn't know anything that is dangerous for him. I have to be with him all the time.
$17 no alcanza para nada.
$17 an hour doesn't, it's not enough for anything.
Menos 15.
15 is even
Todo
worse.
está carísimo.
Everything is very expensive.
Es el único sueldo que entra en mi hogar.
And that's the only income that my household receives.
Y como le digo, $17 no alcanza para nada. Ya vamos a pedir más, que sea más.
And then a raise to 17 actually doesn't help much. It has to be more. Is that right?
Okay, es todo lo que le decía.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, gracias. Okay, and the last one that I have is Zenaida Velasquez. Oh, sorry, this? Zenaida just spoke, I'm sorry. And this is Fidelina Canela. Buenas noches.
¿Cómo que se llama usted?
¿Mande?
¿Cómo que se llama?
Fidelina Canela.
Okay. My name is Fidelina Canela.
Yo vengo a ver si me pueden ayudar un poquito más, que le paguen a mi hija, porque ella para donde quiera me trae y me cuida día y noche, como quien dice, porque a veces no duermo en las noches y nomás la estoy recordando. Ella se quiere buscar otro trabajo, pero le digo, no, tú no puedes buscar otro trabajo. ¿Quién me va a cuidar si no eres tú?
She says that I'm here on behalf of my daughter. She's the one that takes care of me, and I need care day and night. There are some times when I need to get attention in the middle of the night, and if my daughter wasn't here, who am I going to get to help me?
Y pues yo quisiera que a ver si le podían ayudar un poquito, pues que le den un poquito más.
And I would,
de su-
what I'm here for is
que le
to see
puedan,
if they
pues,
can.
ayudar a que le paguen más, porque y le pagamos la renta, pagamos los biles y luego pues ya ve que ahorita todo está subiendo y no nos alcanza lo que nos dan. A mí me da muy poquito de mi sueldo que me dan a mí del seguro.
Okay. I receive very little from my Social Security, and the money that my daughter brings home, it is not enough, and it is not enough for all the expenses that we have, rent, utilities, and everything else, and you know how expensive things have turned. Therefore, I'm here pleading with you to give my daughter a little raise because we need all the help that we can get.
Y luego pues ella me tiene que estar llevando cada rato al doctor porque yo he estado mala de las piernas y luego ya ahora hace poquito estuve en el hospital también y pues no créame, la he visto duras.
As of late, I had problems with my legs, and she had taken me to the hospital several times, and every time it is a chore, and it is a lot of work.
Y pues a ver si me pudieran ayudar.
So I would like to know if you can
Yo le
help.
pido de favor que me
I
ayude.
am pleading with you to help for my daughter to get a little more income for what she does.
Sí, pues como ellos pues que están allá, que me decían más ayudar. Como ellos pues que tienen pues allá su salud, allá que están ellos pues con el gobierno más arrimados que uno.
Okay.
Pues a ver si me pueden ayudar a uno, oiga.
Looking at you, that you're authorities and you're in a place that actually could be of help, I am pleading with you to look for us, the ones below.
Y yo se los agradecería mucho, le pediría mucho a Dios por ustedes, para que ellos nos puedan ayudar todo el gobierno.
And if you do that, I swear I will be praying for you to God.
Ya está.
Okay.
Gracias.
Gracias, de nada, gracias. Okay, that's the last speaker card that I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comment for which I do not have a... Sure, Rebecca, maybe I think this individual, if we can, is that okay? Yeah, come on up if you, yeah. Okay. Can you just give us your name, please?
Hello, my name is Cornelio Cisneros. I was born here in Modesto, California, and I feel very proud to be I could say a Modestian, I think, or I don't know how would be the name to say from Modesto. And my concern is, like everybody's saying, that we literally did our job during the IHSS when their program. I catch COVID. My caregiver catch COVID is my mother during that pandemic, and what they were saying, people are getting paid 22 hours to flip a burger, and I could say, in my opinion, we're doing the same. We're being nurses with no license. I've been provider for my mom for almost 5 years. I used to be a dispatcher at a trucking company for here in Modesto. We did I don't know if you guys know, right now you're saying about Italian, for Vito Trucking. I used to be a dispatcher there. I had to let go of my job to take care of my mom. I was back in those days, 5-6 years ago, I was getting paid $18.75 an hour. That used to be a good, decent job back in those days. 5 hours, now I was getting $15 an hour. It's really hard. I had to let go of my job because my mom, she was, she had her job and everything, but the problem is that, like us, we're doing this because it's not, basically, in my opinion, we don't have a choice. We need to do it because we care for our providers. And my opinion is, you guys have families. You guys been in the hospital. You guys know the job. Probably you guys have family members that have been nurses. It's a really hard job to be a nurse. And they had to go to study, and they getting paid a certain amount. But us, we're doing the same job, but without no license. And we're doing the same effort. We have noticed, like one of the previous speaker was telling us, my mom, she had a stroke. She's being a stroke survivor. In her situation, has had 7 strokes in her lifetime. She's from 1963. She's almost 59 years old. The doctors told us she's a miracle that she's still alive. I had to provide for her, and I've been doing it, and I'm doing it really, but I'm putting you guys in your heart, try to understand. As a mother, as a son, all of you guys are males, and I will be understanding her opinion. What would you do for your mother? Put that in your attention as us, as a Hispanic community. I know I'm in different cultures, or parents are the most important thing we have. We do everything for our family. We do everything for family members. If we are, in my opinion, if they tell us, a lot of people have even donated their kidneys, their livers for their family members. For me, I'm happy to do it, but we have to understand the cost of living. We have to even, there's a price, and I'm not ashamed to do it, I have to be even on food stamps to able to supply. We have to pay rent, we need to do pay car insurance, all that we need to do, because here it's a necessity to have a car. And here before, it used to be a luxury to have a car. Now it's not, it's a necessity. And now with all the increment of gas and everything, for me, is to touch all of you guys' heart. What would you guys will do, in my opinion? What would you guys will do in my situation if your mom, your dad was in a hospital, dying, and there is no, and then they telling you that there's a point where we're going to send you to hospice, we're going to send you to a facility, and then we'll let, basically the doctors told me, we're just going to let her there die. But since the therapy that I have done to the doctors, they told me that she wasn't able to for physical therapy, for speech therapy, and I've been doing that. And then, like they're saying, since my mom, I've been taking care of her, she's been doing very well. She's not able to walk or speak, but she could stay by herself. And my thing from you is to let you guys know, touch you guys' heart. We all depend, and it's kind of, I don't want to be, brilliant to you guys, but all of us here in this table, all of us, we voted for you guys to represent us. We all voted for you guys. We had hope for you guys to help us out, because we're trying to touch your heart. Remember that we'll be in your situation, that we all have our mothers, we all have our family members that we're taking care of, and to give us that option to, help us with the living wage. They're saying 75 and out, 17 or even more, but we need you guys to help us out. We're willing to do it, but we need, according to the cost of living, we need you guys' help. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornelius. Okay, Rebecca, come on up. One more. Real quick, if you can. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
This is a point that I forgot to bring up, and it's very, very important. If you don't know it, any parent who has a child with disabilities for whom they are receiving benefits, federal benefits, when that child turns 18, that parent has to go through a whole process of conservatorship to be designated to be worthy to take care of their child. Right now, any parent here who has a child that's under the age of 18 is going to have to incur a cost of several $1,000s to be made worthy to continue to take care of their child. So understand that what they're asking you is to please give them that opportunity and help them through this process, because they still want to continue to take care of their children because they know their children the best. That's it.
All right. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay. Anybody else? Do we have anybody else that would like to, before we close public comment? Sure, come on down. Can we?
Everybody from IHSS.
Could I get your name, please?
My name is Howard Carmen.
Okay.
I've had 6 bypasses and a bad back. And let me tell you, and that was back in, let's call it 7-10 years. And I really appreciated IHSS for helping me out. And for the prevailing wages that they made back then from now, let's set the record in Stanislaus County. And I'm telling each and everybody to take under consideration, it's not about money for the family to spend or to make their life any better. It's to provide for their family and to be able to provide for their needs. It is not just only a mental, but it is a physical too. They need prevailing wages, okay? That's all I'm asking in regards to this, to take that under consideration. You guys will be known in Stanislaus County out throughout the whole state of California and set the record that you have set a minimum of the standards. Right now, it is not being done. Thank you.
Thanks, Howard. Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we are going to end the public comment period. We're going to move on to our consent calendar. Is there anybody up here on the dais that would like to pull any items from consent? Anybody from the audience like to pull any items from consent? Miguel, yes, I'm sorry, item C1. Why don't you go ahead and come on up and hit that one before we...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How are you, Miguel?
Fine, sir. I want to pass this information. Mr. Chairman, you want to approve the single bridges project for over $1 million. One of the biggest issues is that we don't have a coordination from the county in regard to the workforce development, the Office of Education, and the Public Work, plus the coordination to do something to improve the skilled workers in this county. We're having problems with the lower education and very poor skilled workers in this county. And according to the federal government, you're going to award this program, you have to have the form that's supposed to be part of the report that FHA WA 11391. I think you're supposed to work with the unions in regard to the apprenticeship and the training program because it's needed in this county. We don't have that, Mr. Chairman. It's a shame that we have to pay somebody to bring more workers for this area because we don't have the skilled workers to do that in this county. The Office of Education is not doing too good. The workforce development is not training people to do jobs they're going to be regard to this part of the public work of the big bridge in this area. So we need to do something, and I hope that you consider that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miguel. Okay. I'm going to bring it back, see no other items to be pulled. I'm going to bring it back to the board here now for a motion and for a motion on our consent calendar.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
District 1 Supervisor Conduct?
Aye.
District 2 Supervisor Chiesa?
Aye.
District 3 Chairman Withrow?
Aye.
District 4 Supervisor Grewal?
Aye.
And District 5 Supervisor Conduct?
Aye.
Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Good job, Vito. You're still out there. Way to hang in there. Okay. We're going to continue on now to our discussion items. The first one is item 8.1, accept the final recommendation on infrastructure projects to be funded by the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 in our county islands.
And I'll go ahead and get us started, and thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for members of the public for sticking with us to get to tonight's presentation, this important presentation. As you'll recall, we were before you about 1 month ago requesting your support for a funding allocation of our $50 million of ARPA infrastructure dollars. The board did support staff recommendations on how to distribute funding amongst the various districts. We committed to you that we would work in very short order within each of those districts to come up with recommendations on specific projects and bring those back to the board. So here we are tonight. We're back to the board tonight with specific projects that we are recommending. Obviously, at your discretion, we'll receive your input tonight on your thoughts on those specific projects. We have met with members of the board. We've met with some of our stakeholder community as well as individual agencies that we would have to work with to kind of talk through what this process would be, and all of that has informed our recommendations before you tonight. So I want to give acknowledgement and credit where it is due, and that is with the Public Works Department specifically, along supported by our Planning Department as well. And tonight presenting is our Public Works Director, David Lehman, as well as Danny Mauricio, who's Assistant Engineer and Surveyor for Stanislaus County. So I'm going to turn it over to you, gentlemen, and I'll be available to help with any questions when we're done. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, CEO Hayes. Good evening, Chairman Withrow and Board of Supervisors.
Council Bowes and CEO Hayes. Tonight, we're here to discuss ARPA, the American Recovery Plan Act. For the last several years, Stanislaus County has been working to address infrastructure needs within the unincorporated neighborhoods in the county. And you know what, I neglected to introduce. We do have a couple members from Debrief with us tonight. They helped with the outreach. It's Michelle and Jose. So they are. So at any rate, thought I'd acknowledge them. And thank you for the help. In August of 2011, the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors took several actions intended to guide infrastructure improvements and support the annexation of unincorporated pockets and areas. The priority was on public health and safety needs, mostly installation of sewer, main lines, and potable water systems, and that was specific to the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Funds, and the RDA funds. And in 2011, the board adopted a resolution supporting that. Public Works has been working on infrastructure cost estimates for quite a while. In 2019, we started working on 41 individual urban pocket areas. In 2020, we added 13 county communities, including areas like Crow's Landing, Denair, East Oakdale. And what we found out at the time was the urban pocket areas had $453 million worth of improvements as of February 2022. It's now $576 million as of July 22. And the county communities need was $178 million, and then $131 million in July. And that dropped. Remember, Danny, what dropped when the estimate went down? Shoot, something dropped out of there. What is it?
We don't have Lorraine, and there was Empire got moved over.
That's right. It was the town of Empire. Sorry about that. I had to think out loud. Empire moved from a county community to a urban pocket area. That's why the total went down. And we developed cost estimates by district. District 1 has approximately $80 million worth of costs. District 2, $66.7 million. District 3, almost $150 million of improvements. District 4 is $172.5 million, and District 5 at $238,500,000. The board last month decided that we would divide the available ARPA funds by percentage, and so District 1 gets 11% of the funds, District 2 gets 9%, District 3 gets 21%, District 4 gets 24%, and District 5 gets 34%. And the urban pockets and county communities go from Crow's Landing in the south to Knights Ferry in the far east, and most of the pockets are clustered in South and West Modesto and North Ceres. And so now, February 22nd, or 25th, no, 15th, sorry, $50 million of ARPA funds were set aside for these improvements in the county pockets and communities. And Danny's going to talk about our community outreach strategy.
In February 2015 of 2022, the Board of Supervisors meeting approved a public outreach strategy for the expenditure of the $50 million ARPA infrastructure funds, and also approved a contract with NBS, who subcontracted with Debrief, a local subconsultant, to perform the public outreach. The factors and criteria that were to be discussed during the public outreach efforts included cost of improvements, right-of-way feasibility constraints, public benefits, and others. During the community outreach portion, During the community outreach portion, NPS report captured the results of surveys, outreach meetings, and walking tours during the community engagement effort. The total number of surveys that were received countywide were 309, and the number of participants that showed up to the workshops were 69. A couple of major takeaways from the NBS report. A clear majority of the citizens are not happy with the street lighting quality and quantity. Most residents do not have adequate biking and walking paths. Most residents do not want the county to spend all ARPA funds on fixing sewer systems and others. In MBS's recommendations, they said that we should consider the results of the public outreach in tandem with the priority areas identified in the Interwest reports. Feedback indicating a preference to spread funds throughout the region in many small projects, but not necessarily preclude the county from disregarding sizable investments in projects and in areas where the benefits will be maximized. Also, reaching out to each community once projects have been selected to provide detailed educational materials on selected projects and the immediate impact of those improvements. Staff developed several scenarios based on the mixtures of factors and criteria, including but not limited to the Interwest report scores, their shovel-ready status, sewer needs, disadvantaged status, both disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged, walkability, flood hazards, and the ability to use outside funds. Outcomes vary with each change in factor. Individualized factors do not necessarily reflect the full scope of the community feedback received during the public engagement process.
Thanks, Danny. This board approved on August 16th, 2022, the funding distribution methodology for the $50 million of ARPA funds, and we were directed to return today with the final recommendations. The total funding available in each district, $5.6 million in District 1, $4.7 million in District 2, $10.6 million approximately in District 3, $12 million or so for District 4, and $16.9 million approximately in District 5. One of the things that we heard was important was finding additional funding opportunities, and the Building Community Infrastructure Fund, which is being requested of the board tonight. 2022-2023 adopted budget includes recommendations for establishing the Building Community Infrastructure Fund, and is envisioned to provide a dedicated funding stream for each supervisor to address community infrastructure projects of their priority in their districts. We are recommending an initial investment of approximately $3 million per district. If approved by the board, this new funding source may be used at the discretion of each supervisor to supplement ARPA funding for infrastructure improvements. The City of Modesto was awarded a $5 million state grant to invest specifically in unincorporated pocket areas within Modesto. And city staff has indicated a preference to allocate to the Colorado Rouse project located in District 4. County staff will work with city staff to confirm availability and support for these funds. The Public Works Department is working on an application right now for the State Water Board, and we're going to for Area 9 Colorado Rouse. It's already started, and we're going to request $8 million for the sewer improvements in Colorado Rouse. The project list as proposed. Staff worked with each supervisor to identify the specific projects to be funded within that supervisor's district. As projects were identified, Public Works staff reviewed the project cost estimates and adjusted. For District 1, Topeka Santa Fe, $5.6 million. Kenwood Star down at District 2, $4.7 million. Riverdale Park Track, $10.6 million of ARPA. Colorado Rouse, $10 million for District 4. Herndon area in District 4, $2.2 million. In District 5, Bret Harte for $10 million, and Park Lawn for $6.9 million. And here are the staff recommendations. Accept the final recommendations on the infrastructure projects to be funded in county islands and county communities. Direct the auditor controller to increase estimated revenue and appropriations by $7 million for the Public Works Urban Pockets Infrastructure Project per the attached budget journal. Direct the Department of Public Works to begin the environmental and project delivery phases of these projects. And authorize the Public Works Director to take any appropriate action necessary to carry out the purpose and intent of these recommendations. And staff is available for questions.
Very good, David. Thank you. And Danny, thank you very much. Okay, any questions for staff before we open it up to the public? Okay, seeing none, we will. I've got a lot of speaker cards here with regard to these, and we will just start with these then first. The first one I have is Juan Escotar. I know, Juan, you have to. Juan, good evening. How are you?
Hi, good evening. My name is Juan Escatel, pero I need interpreter. Can you help me, mijo? No?
Did Roberto, hold on, Roberto's coming back. One moment, Juan.
Thank you.
Okay, Erica will.
How many minutes for me?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Cinco.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah. Bueno, estoy muy feliz de vivir en la ciudad de Modesto.
I'm very happy to live in the city of Modesto.
Lo mío es respetar y enseñar a mis hijos a respetar. A la
My
gente.
thing is to teach my children to respect and to respect people.
Todos cometemos errores.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah. Tengo más 20 años viviendo por la Cross Landing en Modesto.
Tengo 20 años, I have 20 years living at Krause Landing.
Entonces, pues, hace más o menos 25 años pasaron echando banquetas. Y yo me puse muy feliz.
They started installing sidewalks about 25 years ago, and I was very happy.
Yo dije, cuando yo me case, mis niños van a andar aquí girando, cuando crezcan mis hijos.
When I have my own children, I will see my children playing here, walking on these sidewalks.
Pero tristemente las banquetas nunca llegaron por donde yo vivo.
But unluckily, the sidewalks never reached my house.
Y no quiero esperar otros 25 años más, ser abuelo. O sea, yo quiero ver banquetas, ojalá y nos concedieran ese proyecto.
And I would like, in 5 years to go by without those sidewalks, I would like to see that those happen sooner.
Porque soy de las personas cuando miran hasta una casa nueva que están haciendo, a mí me da mucho gusto que crezca el pueblo, que se vea bonito.
Because every time I see a house that is being built, I am glad that everything is growing and everything is being developed.
Y con todo respeto, yo pago mis taxis de mi casa, de mi comida, de mi ropa. Pagamos taxis de todos, de mi trabajo.
And with all due respect, I do pay my taxes. We pay for everything that we do, and we pay taxes when we buy our food, our clothing, and everything else.
Mi sueldo nunca ha sido mucho. Yo nunca he ganado más del mínimo aquí en Modesto, California.
I have never been able to earn more than the minimum wage here in Stockton, Modesto, California. I'm from Stockton, sorry.
Y con todo respeto, si un día piden donaciones para hacer banquetas, humildemente les damos, poco aunque sea, pero de veras, de todo corazón, mano de obra, lo que necesiten, de mi hijo, de mí, de mi hija, con todo gusto apoyamos.
And if this requires for you guys to get a handout from us, we are willing to give donations. They will be very modest, but we are willing to give money if money is the problem for these sidewalks to happen.
Pero sí quisiera una banqueta por mi calle donde yo vivo.
And I neglect to say that he was offering his son and everybody else's help in order to actually build those sidewalks.
Sí. Si gustan, es calle Eureka, Modesto, California, 1517. Aquí tienen su humilde casa.
And he's giving his address to know for you to know where you got to start.
Gracias. Dios les bendiga a todos. God bless you, everybody. Good night.
Gracias.
Thank you, and God bless you.
De nada. Gracias. Okay, next up we have Nick Jensen. Nick, good evening. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
So, can you guys hear me?
Yep, maybe pull that up a little bit more and we'll get it turned up a little bit here.
Yeah. My name is Nick Jensen. I'm here with California Rural Legal Assistance. And I wanted to come to say that this final recommendation, the projects chosen by all the supervisors, it really seems like a step in the direction of equity. And we're very encouraged to see that a lot of disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities have been chosen for prioritization under this final recommendation. It's been wonderful seeing the work of Supervisor Chance Condit in Parkland and Brett Hart and all of the outreach that's been done. And I wanted to come to say that I sincerely hope that this is the beginning of a new approach for a new blueprint for approaching infrastructure funding decisions in the future as well, using the same outreach and engagement and the same prioritization of disadvantaged communities in the future, in years to come. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Okay, next up we have Robert, is it McKelvey? Robert McKelvey. Robert, good evening, how are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time.
Of course.
My name is Robert McKelvey, and I live in Park Lawn. And I'm here to hopefully encourage the board to listen to my opinion on the ARPA fund allocation. So, the Park Lawn neighborhood is a small area in the county with affordable homes for the working folks. I worked really hard, I saved my money, and I got to buy a house. It's where I could afford to buy one. And as you can see, and as you saw when you guys were on your road trips, you have a lot of support from our community that we want to improve it. We want to make it better. And we're more than willing to have our neighborhood back under construction again. I mean, they're going to tear the streets up. Okay, so we're okay with that. The improvements made possible by the ARPA funds would go a long way to help those of us who live there. And it would also promote additional home ownership for workers in the neighborhood because the homes are affordable. I understand that the need is great in the county, in all the districts. Everybody needs it, and some more than others. But to spread the funds would accomplish some very needed issues, but it would dilute the funding to such a degree that it would further extend the goal of annexation for any of these neighborhoods to an unknown timeline. It's unpredictable. So, excuse me, I'm getting a little nervous.
You're doing great, Robert.
As everyone knows, the more items you buy, the less each one costs. Okay? And when you guys did the sewers in Park Lawn, there wasn't funding available for storm drains and sidewalks at the time, and the road was put back in. So it just seems now that storm drains are going to be installed, we're going to require the removal of the road and the reinstallation of the road. And it seems such a waste to be doing it in just small portions. Okay. Completing the project in its entirety would save the county funds in the overall cost of the project. You'd get one bid and you'd do the whole thing as opposed to one piece at a time. And that would save the county some money. It would enable our neighborhood to be annexed by City of Modesto. It would also save the county funds that they're currently allocated for maintenance for the county services provided to our neighborhood. And it would also reduce the strain on the county sheriff's department by allocating those services to the City of Modesto if we became annexed. So I would like to therefore encourage this board to consider a majority of these funds to be applied to one project to enable you guys to accomplish your goal of annexing individual pockets, and we would like to be one of them. So those of us here that represented Park Lawn and came out to the meetings and have come to these meetings again, we want to be your shining star. We want to be the feather in your cap and accomplish that annexation and actually accomplish the goal instead of spreading all of the pockets out to unforeseen timelines. So our project isn't that big. We're just a 350-something homes. We don't need all the funds, but we'd like a little more than half. And so I'd like you, before you finalize your vote, to consider the opportunities that we all have ahead of us and actually accomplishing goals for everyone. So thank you guys, appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Thank you for coming up. Okay, next up we have John Mataka, and then I think you're going to speak for Miguel also, John, so we'll do you for both yourself and for Miguel. First you're going to be John, then you're going to be Miguel. How are you tonight, John?
I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll do John first.
Okay.
John Mataka with the Grayson Neighborhood Council. Well, I'm just here, very briefly. You know, there are a lot of needs in a lot of our communities, especially in the unincorporated areas. So, you know, normally I would be here advocating for something for Grayson and Wesley, but I'm here tonight advocating for Park Lawn and Bret Harte. Those are two areas that for many, many years have had nothing happening there, and that is long overdue that some of these improvements get get shovel-ready, for lack of a better way of saying it, and get the ball rolling. So I'm here advocating, for, those fundings for Parkland and Bret Hart. So that's my piece. Now, as far as Miguel's piece, Miguel has documentation. So I'm going to pass this documentation for each of you on behalf of Miguel, because he had a medical appointment, so I had to leave. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. Thank you very much. And we'll look through those. Okay. Okay, next up I'm Rebecca. Rebecca, come on back up. So, I'm sorry, Rebecca.
I'm telling you. Oh, Lord have mercy.
You're doing great.
Hello, gentlemen. I made some notes. ARPA Monday. Well, first of all, I just want to bring it to your attention. Of the 5 of you on board here, and only one of us is distant, 4 of you, I have advocated and supported you. I've held your signs at my home, supporting you. I've spoken for you. I've written for you. So I just want you to remember that. Not, just so you don't forget. But my first thing is really quickly, I just wanted to commend code enforcement for handling an issue that we had out on South 9th Street. We had gotten rid of Gustavo's whatever he was dismantling. Somebody else came in there, and I got a notification today that code enforcement closed my case and they opened up an abatement case, and I'm like, yes, power to the people. So that's where we're going to go. And speaking of power to the people, just a few names in my community: Carrillo, Lujan, Beltran, Peralta, Ortega, Carlos, Amador, Costello, Ibarra, Gomez, Jara, Esparza, Andrade, Hernandez, Sanchez, Olivas, Camarillo, Madrigal, Surly, Martinez, I think I might have said that one twice, Gomez, Arnold, Mendez, Santos, Toledo, Alvarez, Lopez, Zunigas, Camargos, Cardenas, Esparzas, Escamillas, Laras, Escareños, Garcias, and then Harrington. So I got 2. So you know why I'm here. Manny, Chairman, I would like to address Manny.
Sure, go
Manny,
ahead, Rebecca.
You've come to us new. We had a conduit who championed us back in the early 70s and helped us get our sewers, which we're very grateful for. But again, I want to say this, 74 years, my parents, my mother's now, she's still alive, she's 93, still paying taxes faithfully, still being there to be supportive to the community and helping. My dad always said, are you a part of the problem or the solution? We choose to be part of the solution. We want to have things better in our community. Again, like I said to you, when I get that, we see that tax bill and it says lighting and beautification, and I know I've got lighting, but I darn well don't have beautification because I have rocks and dirt and sand, and I have to vacuum my car out consistently. And I had the guys coming out from Public Works. This is lovely. So imagine a puzzle, and you know how it has all the little cracks? So for every 5 cracks, they did a line, and then there's 5 more cracks that stayed there on the road. And I was wondering, like, what the heck are they doing? And I just saw that, and then when I went and actually looked at the road, I'm going like, wow, that's really not going to be very helpful. But what we're asking is to give us that opportunity to grow, because just as Parkland wants to be annexed, we want to be annexed, because again, I will say this, we have a Modesto City Park, we have Modesto Water, our sewer goes to Modesto Sewer, but we pay Ceres, and we have Modesto City Schools, which Dr. Noguchi has very much championed our efforts to want to be annexed. We are ripe for the picking. We do have our lighting out there, and I know we have a lot of work to be done, but if we could get those curbs and gutters and get that started, it would be so awesome to not get flooded in our area and not have to try to figure out what alternate route we can possibly take so that we can go about our daily business. And our children who walk in the trenches of the water, and it's not just maybe a little deep, it's like almost knee-high deep for the little ones, and walking down the middle of the road is not safe. Heck, I even tell my little gato to stay out of the middle of the road, because they also use my street for a quarter-mile race Like they leave at Lombardo, which you went out to over there, Lombardo to River Road, and man, by the time they hit across my house, and y'all know where I live, they're going about 50, 60 miles an hour. So there's things like this that we need to change. I also want to commend very quickly our lovely Erica Ignacio for following up and following through on things such as stop signs that got knocked over and that weren't replaced. Made a phone call to her. She said, I'll get on it. Didn't get taken care of. I go, hey, Erica, they still haven't taken care of her sign. And she goes, I got you. And 20 minutes later, I'm looking out my door, and there's a guy out there putting my stop sign back up because it is a safety issue. But I really want to stress upon you, we've all been waiting a long, long time. 74 years. I don't know if we'll get it done in my mother's lifetime. She's 93 and counting. I'm 66. My time is finite. But, you know, I don't want to die and not see it get going. At least something in our neighborhood. You know, so you all know my situation. I love you guys. I appreciate you. I respect you. I commend you. Your job is hard. But please, please give us that opportunity to look forward to something special for the 9th Street, Bystrom, and River Road area. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you very much. Okay, that's all the speaker cards I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak who did not fill out a card before we bring it back to the board? Good evening.
Good evening. This is Marta Villaseñor, and I'm representing Parkland. And the only thing I want to say, I'm not going to go all that, you know, we hear a lot of doing this and doing that. And no, we just want to have something that we can, that they know who we are, you know, because like they say, we live in a little tiny place that nobody knows where's Parkland. Even if you look in the map, they can't see, they don't even know where's Parkland. So we just wanted to have our sidewalks, to have more security, because our kids are going, it's going to rain. The rain is coming. Our mud is going to be all over the road. The kids are not going to be able to walk over there. So we just want what's best for everybody. I know everybody needs the same thing we do. So we just hope, do the right thing, you know, help us to have the right thing that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else that would like to speak that didn't fill out a speaker card on this? Come on down. Is it Howard?
Yes, that's
Howard.
correct. Thank you, Chairman and board members. I'd just like to say I've been coming to this probably I've lived up here only 7 years. But I remember you guys got auditing and all this stuff and everything, and you were held accountable for projects being done. And one of those projects happened to be Carpenter. And I brought to the gentleman that is in the district of Carpenter, I forgot, he usually sits over there, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it depends on what part of Carpenter. Probably me.
It's on approximately Kansas and...
That'd be me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've never spoke to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe you're talking about the city council, not the county.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, Howard.
I'm bringing to your attention that project was not completed, okay? And never was. And was over budget. And for some reason, it was never completed. What these people are asking for is not just to have the money and the funds to be able to do the things that they want to do and get accomplished, but the fact to follow through with the matter and not to be over budget for it, and for you guys to include everything that needs to be done to it and follow through with it, because there's been projects after projects after projects over the years, and me doing the studying and keeping, and I'm carrying Bibles of it every time I come to the meetings. And when I come to the meetings, there has been examples of where you guys say, well, we got to continue it because you don't have it. And I go, here it is. I got it right now. Can we continue this right now so we can resolve the problem? So I'm basically asking you, that this probably does need to be taken care of, and there are going to be future projects. And let's hope for the rest of the year and the next coming up years that these projects will be taken care of accordingly.
Okay, thanks, Howard.
You're welcome.
Anybody else before we bring it back to the board? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for further comments. Buck, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Dave, Danny, thank you for your presentation. Michelle, Jose, thank you for all the outreach you guys did. Dave, on my project here in District 1, I'm a little overdrawn with the amount of funding that's going to be coming if this passes my way. Besides the Building Community Infrastructure Fund, if that is to pass with the budget, any more ideas on where we're going to make this work? You can take that 25% contingency off.
Right. The numbers we still feel are pretty conservative. The engineer never wants to be the apparent low bidder, so our estimates at this point are probably a little high, is our best opinion. And, there's state water board funding for sewer. There are things that we can do. Storm drainage is really hard to fund. There just isn't much storm drainage money out there. We could try to apply for some sidewalk projects potentially, some ATP money, but that only comes out every couple of years and it's very competitive statewide.
You and I have talked before about maybe working with the city of Riverbank also,
Right.
and maybe seeing what they will accept.
Right. We might be able to do that
That might
too.
be also an area we can work on. That's all I got right now. Thank you.
Okay, Buck, thank you. Manny?
Right. Thank you so much for the presentation. As you all know, this process has been going for a while now, and we've been out in the community to assess the needs. We've always said that the need is much greater than the resources we have. And this presentation proves that with $702 million. We have $50 million, and we have to make way to try to get the best impact for our communities. So I just want to say what you said, Rebecca, that holds near and dear to me. I want to make sure that the communities that we serve, because these dollars, they're not our dollars, they're your taxpayer dollars. We just try to be good stewards of them and spend them in the way that maximizes the benefit to the community. With Colorado Rouse, we had an unprecedented opportunity to bring in more funds, leverage the $10 million, and bring in hopefully an additional $8 million from the State of California Water Board, and then an additional $5 million for the City of Modesto. And with doing that, that would allow for us to hopefully make that project or make that neighborhood annexation ready for the City of Modesto, which is the goal for everyone. Parklawn said it, Herndon, Bystrom, they're also saying, and we want that to happen too, but just with the amount of funds. So with Bystrom, Herndon, we have $2.2 million, and I'm committed to spending, again, your money, the $3 million in addition that the board has approved in this year's budget for discretionary funds in each district, bringing the total to roughly $5.2 million. And I don't want to make that decision myself. I want to talk to you. There's a list in the presentation saying all the projects and what the cost of those projects would be, and seeing what's most important to the community, because not getting it done is not an option anymore. We got to get something done, and I want to see a start, and hopefully as the years go on and the budget stays the way it is and we still have revenue coming in, we can put more discretionary spending into infrastructure. But this is a good opportunity to start that process, and I want to make sure we have a good start. So I'll be reaching out to the community. I know that I usually try to make all the MAC meetings, but if not, just having a meeting with the neighborhood and saying what's most important to you and looking at that and seeing where we can spend those dollars. I can't promise that we'll get it all, but I assure you, you'll start seeing a difference sooner than later. The other part of the unincorporated areas in my district is the airport neighborhood. Through grants we're receiving, we're already starting to do work in the airport neighborhood as far as sidewalks, safer walk paths to school. So we're not going to stop that either. So this money is just a start. I know staff works hard at getting other grants, other ways to bring money into these communities, and I want to make sure that we spend it efficiently and prudently. So I assure you and promise you that as much as everyone would like more money, I want to make sure that it's spent prudently and efficiently in the neighborhoods to better the citizens that reside there. So thank you.
Thanks, Manny. Chance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions and some comments. Mr. Lehman, can we talk prioritization on projects? Do we have a timeline? I guess we're not doing all the districts in one fell swoop, correct? It's going to be prioritized or staggered?
That is what we're going to try to do. Yes, that's correct. So on areas like Ceres Herndon, where there's some public outreach that needs to be done, I think it's pretty clear in districts 1 and 2 what projects there are. And so we're going to have our engineers start with those 2 while we're doing other things like outreach and trying to figure out where to start. So.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess how did we get to that point? What criteria did you base districts 1 and 2 being prioritized first?
Just clear direction from the board. Park lawn, there's a couple different directions we could head on that. It's we think there's enough money to get about a third done, and so we could either start it on the east end or the west end. I think it might make more sense to start on the west end, but we probably need to reach out and find out. So if there's additional outreach that needs to be done, then that's going to slow us down just a tad.
Okay. Well, I look forward to engaging the community, but I do think that I wouldn't want to wait a couple years with how the cost is going, and then we come back and then we can't cover enough ground, especially with these communities that have been waiting for generations, as the Park Lawn community, as the Bret Harte community has. So I would like reconsideration, I guess, on the prioritization of those projects. I know that I didn't necessarily support those prioritizations. So I would like to continue that conversation. So, I mean, I guess based on prioritization, when do we see sidewalks? When do we see lighting? When do we see curbs and gutters, in your estimation?
Everything has to be out to bid and awarded before December 31st, 2024. All the projects will be under design by next year. So no later than breaking ground in early 2025.
Okay.
So, but the whole idea is we got to start somewhere, and some of the small projects are easier to get out. They don't take as long. And I think on the big areas, we're going to suggest that we probably need to get a set of plans for the whole area. At least have it master plan, so we know which way storm drainage is going. We've got a survey for the entire neighborhood. We may not need 100% plans everywhere, but it's going to be better for us to have a really good idea of how we're going to do the next phase, conceptual sort of way.
Okay. And how will prioritization work with our discretionary funding?
Well, thinking about this, it's going to have to wait just a tad behind the ARPA. All this needs to get done all at the same time. It's all important, but the ARPA funding has a really tight deadline. That's what I think I would recommend we concentrate on first.
Okay. Well, let's say hypothetically, I'm putting 6.8 in the park lawn. I want to add additional $3 million next year in the discretionary funding. Right. Wouldn't we all do it in one fell swoop? So that would be 9.8.
Yeah, park lawn certainly. Bret Harte is a much bigger lift. It's 1,400 lots. Park lawn's a little smaller. It's more like 320. I think the recommendation from Public Works is let's do the whole set of plans for park lawn, and then we'll know. Once we get the plans, then we'll be able to divide them up and say, okay, well, we can do this area now with $3 million. So we'll have a much better idea once we have the plans done for park lawn.
Okay. And when would your timeline be on that?
I think it's going to be about early spring of '24. We should be done with Bret Harte and park lawn. Same with probably Colorado routes, even though we started the plans, big area. The bigger the area, the more survey you have to do, the longer it takes the engineers to design the things. So bigger areas take longer. And that's another reason why I think 1 and 2 can be done relatively quicker than, say, a bigger area like Park Lawn, Bret Harte. Colorado Rouse. Those are big areas, and they're going to take naturally longer anyway.
Thank you.
Chance, I think Jody wants to add something in here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure that Dave had an opportunity to answer all the questions fully. Also to make it clear that each one of the projects that are before you today for consideration, they're all at various stages of readiness. And we're going to have to spend some time to work them through the entire process. So the Public Works Department already has plans and specifications on certain project areas in certain ways, but in other areas, none of that is ready. So that will have to take place in advance of going out to bid, in advance of construction and so forth. So just the circumstances and the differing circumstances of all these project areas will by nature pit some that you will actually see construction in advance of others. I want to make it clear though, our intent is to be working on all 5 districts equally and at the same time, trying to move them forward. And in my conversations with Dave, I think there's a recognition that when you're trying to program, $16 million worth of work versus $5 million, you will likely see the $5 million just happen faster because there's actually less work that takes place there. But I do want to state definitively our intent is to be working on all 5 districts simultaneously with equal effort, and we're not making a staff choice to pit some projects as more important than other projects.
Well, in fairness, the $6 million in Parkland is equivalent to those other 2 projects.
But I understand. It might also be a factor of what's ready and what plans and specifications are ready or are not ready. In this particular case, I know we want to spend some time. It's actually written in the board report. We want to spend some time to go out in the community. I also heard Supervisor Graywall mention this, to take information into the community stakeholder meetings to say, here are some options and alternatives for how to do this. That's going to take us a little bit of time, not years. That's not what we're talking about here, but it might be a couple of months of process for us to do that, and then to get community input on where you're going to make the investment. If you don't have enough funding to do an entire project area, we do think it's best for the community to have input on what will be done in what order.
Okay.
And CEO Hayes is correct. We have to work all these simultaneously. It's just with the projects for District 1 and 2, we have a pretty clear idea what it is going to involve, and we can hit the ground running on those 2.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from the board? Chance?
No.
Good, okay. And Vito, see if Vito is still out there?
I am still out here, and I want you to know that I'm wearing a tie, even though I could be in shorts.
Good job, way to go.
I sent Terry a picture. So thank you very much for the presentation. This has been a long road, and I've heard the other board members talk, Supervisor Graywall, just about the need. Again, $700 million, and I'm glad that Dave thinks the bids are going to come in that way, but just the cost of construction continues to go up, and I think the need is more like $800 million. So we get to make a small dent and going through priorities. It's been a much easier process in District 1 and 2. That's why you see the smaller amounts of money. And so I think there'll be easier projects to deliver because they're clearer, but it shouldn't stop us from trying to do all of them as fast as we can. I know, Dave, your shop, you hired a couple of people, but I don't want you to be overwhelmed either because we have to deliver these projects. There's a lot of money out there, matching money that's potentially out there, but because of the timeline, it's going to be very difficult to put in for any sort of federal grants or state grants and with any certainty of getting funding. So we have to take a look at that. We have the $50 million plus the $3 million in each district. As far as and so I'm very supportive of what everyone said here. I do want to point out on the $3 million of funding that's coming to my district, I really have a preference for myself, from my own district, that Dave Lehman, that we look at all the projects that are potentially done and that we try and prioritize them. I don't want to be the one prioritizing. I want it to be done the same way we prioritize where we're spending the money now. I don't want us to put our finger on the scale and try and, decide who the winner is before we've actually looked or scored those other areas. So those are some of my thoughts. Again, great work by the Public Works team in doing this, and for all the outreach team and all the others, I'm very appreciative. Now comes the hard part, delivering projects.
Very good. Thanks, Vito, and thank you. I know it's midnight for you back there, and we've still got some more meeting to go, so thank you for hanging in there with us. I just want to first thank everybody, David, Danny for this. I know Michelle and Jose for all your work. We've been talking about this for the 12 years I've been on the board. It's been all about the county pockets. What are we going to do? Let's do something about the county pockets. And we'd always sit around and identify them all, look at the maps, and then kind of walk out of the room with, yeah, it'd be great if we could do this, but there was just never any money. It's not like we didn't want to do it, like we haven't talked about it forever. It's just a matter of where we're going to get the money to do this. So it's just great to see that we finally have got this thing started. And I think there will be the potential to leverage these funds. Like I said, I know we've got to spend these, and like Vito said, probably not enough time to get federal money here to help with what we have right here. But the one thing I've seen over the years, as we've started projects, they seem to get finished. And so I think just getting our foot in the door, getting these things started, is how we're going to, we finally have started this in all these areas throughout the 5 districts. It will then, I know we'll be able to figure out a way to complete these projects. We'll find the money. We'll find a way to make it work. It seems like always federal and state money can come when you've got a project going. And you say, we just need this to get it finished. Look what we've done so far. It's just a great sell when we get to that point. So I look forward to that. Because I know we're going to be able to continue on this process. It's not 50 million and done. I think it's just the start, and I know we will be able to continue on and get to all these areas eventually. For my district, Riverdale Track, something that I've been involved in looking at. Riverdale, for those of you who don't know, is across the street from the old Bonzi dump, and just I guess I can say this, just a real hellhole of an area for people to have to live in. It just doesn't seem like, and there's a lot of them. We've got them, I know, in all these pockets. I'm not saying mine's more of a hellhole than anybody else's, but we have a spot there that hasn't had good water for the longest of time. We've been working on that for years, trying to figure out a way how to get water there. We finally, I think, have solved that problem. They've had wells there that have been contaminated, constantly working on. We finally are going to get them hooked up with the city of Modesto, thanks to our to self-help is helping finance that. Still not coming quick enough, but the day will come when we turn the water on from the city of Modesto, and everybody there will have clean drinking water and not have to worry about the well going out or the contaminants for that day or that week. So we see that happening, and what I'd like to do for this area is I'm just taking all of my funds, just curbs, gutters, sidewalks, street lights. We'll have the water. We'll have sewer. It'll just be. It will just transform that neighborhood. And somebody talked about one spot. Why not just do one spot instead of? And I know we've all got our spots, like I said, and that's what I've decided I thought was best. And I think that neighborhood out there, it would again transform that neighborhood to be able to do all these things at once and change it forever. And then I have several other areas, as everybody does, that we want to hit. But I'm just thrilled if we can get this passed tonight, that we can hit that neighborhood, change that neighborhood forever, and make such a difference in these people's lives that live there. So again, just very proud of all the work, the staff. I know we put you guys all through all kinds of stuff to make this happen. The road trips that we had, all the places we went, to really expose each other to our neighborhoods, and I so appreciate everybody being involved in doing that and what it took to make that happen. Liz, I know we put you through all kinds of trouble to make that happen, and all the staff, but I appreciate all of that from everybody. And it's just great to see, like I said, 12 years for me sitting on here, and I know for Vito, the same thing, a lot of conversations, but to actually saying, okay, we're going to do this, $50 million in these spots, it's a drop in the bucket, we get it, but it started, and I know we'll be able to continue on. So I very much support what we're doing here today. So if we don't have any other comments or concerns or questions, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we do a roll call, please?
District 1 Supervisor Condit.
Aye.
District 2 Supervisor Chiesa.
Aye.
District 3 Supervisor Chairman Withrow.
Aye.
District 4 Supervisor Graywall.
Aye.
And District 5 Supervisor Condit.
Aye.
Very good, passed unanimously. Thank you guys very much.
Thank
Great
you.
work. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to our public hearing, item 9.1, public hearing to consider and formally adopt our 2023 adopted budget for the two-year budget period ended June 30, 2024.
Can we take a...
You guys want to take a quick, yeah, okay, we're going to take a quick break here, 5-minute break here.
And thank you, everybody, for hanging in there at this late hour for our budget presentation. My pleasure to kick us off this evening. I just have kind of a few opening remarks I wanted to make and then turn it over to the team here just to kind of set our stage for the evening. So I think everybody's aware that, this county, this organization, we have long managed our resources with a real strong focus on fiscal sustainability and what is, I think we all know, a very conservative approach to growth and development while we try to fund our departments to do excellent work here in the community. That traditional conservative approach for us on budget has served us really well, particularly in difficult times. And through those years of careful planning and enduring patience by everyone and this sound prioritization of our financial needs, as we are here today, we are now poised to leverage our current fiscal strength and make some significant one-time investments in our core infrastructure here in the community, above and beyond that item we just had passed by the Board of Supervisors, an unprecedented approval of $50 million in infrastructure funds. Now we're on to the next phase and additional investments that we want to talk about this evening. Our vision for investment was first introduced in the 2023 proposed budget in June, and however, this quote on the screen next to us by Lee Bowman wisely notes, "A vision without a strategy remains an illusion." So here we are with the strategy. So it's with great pleasure that we forward you this 2023 adopted budget, which will serve as the mechanism through which we will fund and manage the implementation of these key strategic investments that I've discussed and prioritized by this board, and essentially bring a vision to life here through the budget process. Just a few highlights I want to bring forward to tell you where our focus and energy is in this budget. The Building Community Services Investment Strategy is a one-time $60 million strategy supporting three key areas over the next 3 fiscal years. That includes leveraging our county general fund to enhance county parks and libraries, restoring county properties, and stabilizing our county workforce. This budget includes $16.5 million to initiate year 1 of that deliberate spending in support of this initiative. We are going to spend our county savings account to support our parks and libraries and our county workforce and our county buildings that sorely need it. In addition, we are recommending an initial investment of $15 million to establish what we call the Building Community Infrastructure Fund to provide a dedicated resource for projects of priority in each of your supervisorial districts intended to benefit local communities and invest taxpayer funds where they are needed the most. I know each one of the board members is very excited to put these funds to good use, and we've already heard some commentary tonight about some ways in which we can use those funds. I also want to caution you about the expectations for how much funding will go into these funds each year, because that decision will be entirely based on the financial circumstances we find ourselves in each July when we close the books on the prior fiscal year. So although we're very excited to bring these recommendations to you, and I want to emphasize, we are very excited to bring forward a specific strategy to spend down the county savings account in ways that really directly benefit this community. And we also balance that excitement with caution. All indications are that the economy is slowing in most sectors, with an inevitable impact to our revenues in the coming years. We have done extensive modeling to ensure our recommendations before you are sound. But we also know that the rhythm of our budget we have enjoyed over this last several years will change going forward. You should expect few, if any, recommendations for the remainder of this year to increase service levels beyond those provided in the budget before you. Rather than continued budget growth, I'm tasking departments to turn their attention to reporting on the results of the investments approved by this board, including the budget funding approved over the last few years. Our zero-based budget strategy and 2-year budget process have been very beneficial to county departments. Performance visioning and annual reporting on results will be the report card to the community for how well we are doing in answering our most important question. With all of these improved investments in county service, is anyone better off? That is the question we will need to answer going forward. So this is an exciting time to serve as your Chief Executive Officer. I'm incredibly grateful for the strong fiscal management of our organization and the dedication of our county departments that have made this possible. We do have big goals for the next several years, and we have a great team poised to deliver those goals on your behalf. This evening's budget presentation is led by a handful of folks, but there are many people throughout this entire organization that develop this budget. We have just in the first few pages of the budget an acknowledgement list of all those individuals that deliver key strategic roles in the budget, and I want to thank them all. Our presentation tonight will include Patrice Dietrich, Ruben Imperial, Tina Rocha, Jewel War, Patrick Kavanaugh, and Joshua Woolworth, all from the Chief Executive Office, along with our very own Human Relations Director, Tamara Thomas. I also want to acknowledge Kelly Covello from the Chief Executive Office, who may not be in a presentation role tonight, but was really instrumental in getting this budget prepared under very difficult circumstances over the last couple of months. Thank you, Kelly, and to the rest of the CEO team. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and pass off this presentation to Patrice, and it is all yours.
Patrice, good evening.
Thank you for hanging in there with us this evening. Thank you, Supervisor Chiesa, because I'm sure you're there. I'm looking skyward towards the heavens
That
for
sounds.
you. Okay, so kicking off the budget financial component on the screen is a table that identifies the 2022 adopted budget and 2023 proposed budget for comparison to the 2023 adopted budget. The adopted proposed budget for 2023 of $1.6 billion represents the initial budget for this fiscal year. It included resource commitment to sustain all existing county department service levels, including standard cost of living increases, as well as technical and policy-driven adjustments to support department operations and service requests that they made on behalf of the services they provide to the community. The proposed budget represented a 5.1% increase over the 2022 adopted budget, that's the last year's adopted budget. The recommended adjustments to the proposed budget before you this evening total $84.5 million, are funded with $39.1 million in estimated revenue, the use of $6 million in fund balance and retained earnings, and $39.3 million in general fund commitment contribution, otherwise known as net county cost. These adjustments represent a 2.5% increase over the proposed budget that your board approved back in June. Combined, they are a 10.8% increase over the prior year adopted budget for 2022. If approved as recommended, the 2023 adopted budget will total to $1.7 billion. For comparison, year over year, this chart identifies budgeted appropriations across all funds since fiscal year ended 2017. The average annual increase through the 2023 adopted budget is 5.6%. The 2024 spending plan decreases by 8.1%, primarily due to the removal of one-time costs and some of the one-time initiatives that Jody has mentioned. Additionally, the 2024 spending plan will factor second-year costs associated with the implementation of those key initiatives and investments, and that process will occur at proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. Similar to the prior screen, this chart shows the year-over-year change since fiscal year 2017, but specifically for the county general fund. The general fund has experienced average annual increases of about 7.7%. We experienced 21.3% growth between fiscal year 22 and 23. And of note, that funding increase is the implementation of those key initiatives, investments, relying on the spend down of general fund reserves that our Chief Executive Officer highlighted in his initial remarks. Discretionary revenue is the funding that is available for programs at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors, the majority of which are used to support public safety, government-related services, and also to meet mandated match requirements that leverage revenue in our federal and state mandated support programs. This chart displays 10 years of actual discretionary revenue receipts alongside the 2023 proposed budget, the 2023 adopted budget, and then the spending plan there on the far right. The 2023 adopted budget includes discretionary estimated at just under $283 million, $282.7 million. This is an increase of 1.6% over that estimated at proposed budget, but down 1.9% from fiscal year 2022 actual receipts. And when you look at this chart, I was just connecting with staff earlier about discretionary revenues bounced around a little bit, and so the trend line is helpful here in discretionary revenue. Both fiscal year 21 and 22 actuals varied significantly from what we anticipated in our budget at the beginning of those years. Fiscal year 21, when you look on the chart, is nearly identical to the prior year, fiscal year 20. We had projected that year to be at $252 million, but it was actually reduced after we closed the year by over $8 million in a post-close adjustment that the auditor controller had to post in order to make a trust fund correction and restore balances. Those were some very multi-year reconciliations that occurred, and that made a significant decrease in what we ended the year with actual revenues in 21. For fiscal year 22, we budgeted that year at $273 million, and then exceeded the original estimate by $15 million, and that was, again, one time, primarily due to the transfer of very significant interest earnings, about $7 million, along with back penalties and taxes, $3 million related to outstanding property tax bills that were successfully recovered. Both of those contributed to that large increase there in fiscal year 2022. As well, 2022 is also a very good year for sales tax, both in the state of California, here locally in our traditional Bradley Burns, and it was a big year for realignment sales taxes as well. Sales tax has changed over time. We saw some changes in the way the revenue flowed across the state and the way the county pool rates work. Our team is working on doing a more in-depth analysis of sales tax, and we'll be bringing more information in the mid-year budget about that. Overall, discretionary revenue has experienced average annual growth of 5.6% from 2013 through 2022. We have a modest increase of 4.6% projected for 2024. In the spending plan, we feel really good about that number, but we will continue to evaluate our projections and update them as needed as we go through this year and into 2024 proposed budget. So this funny little picture here is a snapshot of what the long-range model, the multi-year general fund long-range model looks like in a visual. This long-range model provides guidance for our financial decisions. We have completed our long-range modeling through 2027 to give us that confidence in our multi-year planning and our multi-year spending that Jody described. But we're going to click to the next slide so we can see it a little more graphically. The scale is narrowed, so you can see what's happening there. In the chart on the screen, the current adopted budget for 2023 before you tonight is the peak point in the long-range model, estimated there at $499.5 million. The 3 prior years identified to the left show actual revenue received or sources of funds in dark green, and that those exceeded our actual costs or our expenditures, which are the light green. The adopted budget and spending plan ahead for 2024 show equal funding and expenditures representing our balanced budget planning and the balancing as well of the spending plan in the 2024 year. And we are relying on the use of some one-time funds, including that draw from the general fund, that intentional draw from general fund reserve. Our out years show how when we project to the future, there's a gap between our expenditures, and the expenditures there are in the dashed light green line, as well as our sources of funding in the dark green dashed line. And it's that gap and the reason that we do the long-range model, so that we can be working to the future to identify those one-time funding sources or other leverage sources that will help us bridge that difference. So while 2023 is our peak, the 2024 spending plan drops by approximately $16 million to $483.3 million in the long-range model, and this reflects the removal of one-time building community infrastructure funds, which on occasion we have referred to now as district dollars, as well as the community development fund appropriations. The spending plan in the long-range model includes the planned three-year spend down of the $60 million. So the long-range model is planning for that spend down. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have not yet appropriated that in the budget document itself. But we have it factored for long-range planning. The overall forecast for 2025 and thereafter reflects average growth at approximately 3% in base budget expenses. Intentionally, that's what we see in our forecast of revenue growth. Again, that's why there's the gap in the out years, which we will monitor and develop the strategic responses to in order to balance the budget in those future years. Okay, wrapping up the financial schedules here. The budget tonight, the presentation, also includes the adoption of some updated Board of Supervisors priorities. The broad focus and meaning of these priority areas remains the same. You may recall we talked about the board's priorities all the way back last December in your retreat. We've shortened some of the priority names. They're there before you. They speak to as you would expect, the priorities of this board. We align our agenda item actions with these priorities, and you'll see us doing that consistently going forward. We have a donut chart here for you. The 2023 adopted budget of $1.65 billion is identified by the board priorities that we just showed. Departments supporting a healthy community make up the largest portion of this budget at about 39.4%. Approximately just under 22% of the adopted budget in this picture is attributed to departments in the priority area delivering efficient public services, and that's new in this cycle. There is some shading in that bottom area there. About 65% is comprised of some administrative budgets that we call county operations. These budgets are administered by the Chief Executive Office, and what they are fiduciary funds, accounting funds, and as well things like employee benefits, for example, that are handled very uniquely and in that fiduciary capacity. Jewel is going to provide details about that budget component later on this evening. If that were removed from efficient public services, this priority area would be closer to 8% of the total budget. So we wanted to really call out those county operations benefiting across the department. And the rest of the budget priorities then follow up alongside the left side of that donut. The next chart is the 2024 spending plan projected at $1.5 billion. Mentioned previously, that's because we've removed the one-time cost, but have included the cost of living. We anticipate coming back in proposed budget at 2024 to restore those one-time initiative costs that are factored in the long-range model. The spending plan, as I mentioned, is the initial budget in year 2. It will be adjusted with input and requests from departments and be brought back to you next June for 2024. This donut, you can see, is now right-sized with the removal of those one-time accounting funds, and you have supporting healthy community on the right at 42% of the budget, and the board's priorities supporting strong and safe community there at 21%, and so on through the remainder of the donut. And at this time, we're doing something a little different. This time we have each of the assistants coming up to introduce priority areas that they work in, and I'm happy to welcome Ruben Imperial to the podium. He's going to introduce our first 2 board priorities.
Ruben, good evening. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. Chairman Whitfield, Board of Supervisors, Council Bowes, and CEO Hayes, I'm here to introduce some highlights from the Supporting Strong and Safe Communities and Supporting Community Health budget. So I do want to highlight a few. I mean, there definitely could have been several that I speak to this evening, but I think the ones most pertinent and that do span both the healthy communities and safety departments are 2 that I'll mention. One of them is CalAIM, and this is the state's initiative to improve the efficiencies and the outcomes of the Medi-Cal system. And why I think it's important to note here is that for many years, our communities, as other communities in the state, have tried to and have been implementing strategies to address homelessness. And address homelessness for populations that continue to go in and out of multiple systems, including those systems that the county administrates, for instance, like our criminal justice system, our mental health system, and even our health care system. And so CalAIM is an effort and an initiative across the state and a mandate to have counties work with managed care and other key organizations within our community to strengthen that system of care, to ensure that those folks that continue to go in and out of this system, we have resources to begin to enhance case management services for this very small group. And what you see in this budget are those initial investments and the county building its capacity to implement those strategies, both within the county and in partnership with our key organizations and agencies responsible also for delivering medical services in our community. The second thing I'd like to highlight is that the budget also communicates to the public that the board and our public safety and criminal justice leaders within the county continue to prioritize investments in public safety. And while doing that, also utilizing state funding, for instance, like CCP funds and other grants, to invest in rehabilitative services and integrating those rehabilitative services through our criminal justice system. And so you'll see investments within our public defender office, within our jails, within probation, all, again, investing in the priority of public safety, but also investing in efforts to provide opportunities for rehabilitation for individuals that want to make a difference or turn their lives around. Now, there are also some things that this budget does in terms of setting us up for the future. And most recently, the state and the governor signed legislation regarding a program called the Care Court. And these efforts that we start to lay a foundation with this budget, at least in this year, begin to lay that foundation for us to implement programs like the Care Court. Also embedding mental health clinicians within police patrols and emergency response, and other programs that will require our health departments, our healthy community departments, and our public safety departments to work diligently together over the next year as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Woolworth, and he's going to go through the details of these budget recommendations.
The 2023 adopted budget for the department supporting a strong and safe community totals $344.4 million. Budget appropriations are funded by $122.6 million in department revenue, $17.8 million in fund balance and retained earnings, and $204 million in net county costs. The 2023 adopted budget represents a $3.5 million increase and a net decrease of 7 positions. From year to year, from 2022 adopted budget to 2023 adopted budget, there's a $39.1 million increase and 63 positions increase from year to year. For the district attorney, a new tenant to share in the supervision of Bureau of Investigation staff is being added. In probation, will appropriate grant funding for pretrial services and for the detection and mitigation of COVID-19. The department will see a net decrease of 12 positions to align allocated position levels with operational needs reflective of the reduced population in juvenile detention facilities. The public defender will appropriate grant funding to implement a new case management system, and community corrections partnership funding will be appropriated to add 1 new caseworker to increase rehabilitative success for justice-involved adults. The Sheriff Office will combine the adult detention expansion and detention budget units for budget efficiencies, purchase vehicles and equipment, and add staffing to support operations and contracted services in the City of Patterson. The 2023 adopted budget for departments supporting a healthy community totals $650.7 million, a decrease of $4.2 million. Budget appropriations are funded by $592.7 million in department revenue, the use of $33 million in fund balance and retained earnings, and $25.1 million in net county costs. There are a net of 10 positions being added in this priority area. When compared year over year, budgets in this priority have increased by $21.3 million, with a net increase of 56 positions. Aging and Veteran Services will appropriate various grants in support of vital senior programs. Behavioral Health and Recovery Services will utilize cannabis program funding for youth substance use disorder counseling and support services and align staffing with program needs. The Community Services Agency will reduce budget appropriations to acknowledge direct support to the Salvation Army that reduces operational costs to the department for the Access Center Emergency Shelter and adjust appropriations to comply with audit recommendation for incurred costs associated with the California statewide automated welfare system. The Health Services Agency will add positions to support administration and public health activities. I would like to welcome Tina Rocha to the podium to introduce the next three priority areas.
Tina, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Well, I have the pleasure of working with 8 departments that are supporting 3 of the board's priority areas. Over the next year, these departments are going to be engaged in and supporting several key initiatives. Just some of those are the investment plan that's being developed by the Stanislaus 2030 initiative, which is a collaboration among business, government, and civic stakeholders to create and develop a joint strategy and investment plan for regional economic growth and opportunity in the coming decades. The board will be, the public will be seeing that investment plan here in the fall, and then that will also be before the board. Another initiative is the Housing Stanislaus Initiative, which is a countywide initiative to develop a common vision for housing in Stanislaus County. Another effort will be an Ag Livestock Pass program. This will be implementing a state law that allows qualified livestock owners and operators of commercial farms limited access onto their properties during emergencies. You're also going to see the departments working on central coordination for a comprehensive strategy code enforcement to address blight in the unincorporated areas. This was supported by the $1 million that the board approved in the proposed budget. As CEO Hayes mentioned earlier, you're going to see these departments also working in the Building Community Infrastructure Fund, and that's that $15 million of investment for community infrastructure priorities within the board districts. This is going to benefit the local communities and positively affect those individuals' lives in those communities. You're also going to see, as you just approved, overseeing the infrastructure projects to be funded by the $50 million in the ARPA funding. Public Works has its work cut out for them now to get those out the door. You're also going to see, with the first year of this, the Building Community Infrastructure Investment, again, as CEO Hayes mentioned earlier, and you're going to see those investments in the county parks and the libraries and the restoration of the county properties. So that's just touching on several of the initiatives that are crossing over these department lines, and we're really excited to be able to be working on those and bringing them forward. So with that, I would like to pass this over to Senior Management Consultant Patrick Kavanaugh.
Patrick, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So the 2023 adopted budget for departments developing a high-performing economy totals $29.8 million, an increase of $4.9 million. Budgeted appropriations are funded by $26.3 million in department revenue, the use of about $204,000 in fund balance, and $3.3 million in net county cost. One position is being added for this priority area, and when compared year over year, this priority has increased budget by $4.7 million with a net increase of 3 positions. The Agricultural Commissioner will add an Agricultural Weights and Measures Inspector 4 position to serve in a lead role over other inspectors performing the most complex regulatory and investigative work. And in Workforce Development will appropriate a new California for All Youth grant to expand the digital skills internship program in pursuit of technology-related careers in partnership with the Bay Valley Foundation. The 2023 adopted budget for the department promoting lifelong learning totals $19.6 million, an increase of $4.8 million. Budgeted appropriations are funded by $14.4 million in department revenue, the use of about $530,000 in fund balance, and $4.6 million in net county cost. There is no change to the position allocation count for this priority. When compared year to year, this priority has increased its budget by $5.9 million, with no change to full-time allocated positions. So the library will use $3.5 million in general fund support to establish the Building Community Services Investment Funding to enhance county libraries. In addition, there are various adjustments that will provide improvements for the Modesto Library public address system, support the Modesto Children's Museum programming, manage staffing support, and purchase collection materials and equipment. The 2023 adopted budget for departments enhancing community infrastructure totals $248.3 million, an increase of $33.6 million. Budgeted appropriations are funded by $199.1 million in department revenue, the use of $18 million in fund balance, and $31.3 million in net county cost. 5 new positions are being added for this priority, and when compared year over year, this priority has increased its budgets by $6.8 million with an increase of 10 positions. Environmental Resources will add a manager to oversee the waste and energy contract in partnership with the City of Modesto. Parks and Recreation will establish $3.5 million in Building Community Services investment funding in support of park enhancement projects, in addition to adjustments identified to replace a failed drinking water well at the Modesto Reservoir and regrade a parking lot at the county's agricultural center. Planning and Community Development will establish a housing programs budget unit to administer various housing-related grant-funded activities and utilize an extended deadline intended to engage homeless individuals, improve the quality of emergency shelters, and prevent individuals from becoming homeless. And Public Works will establish the $15 million in building community infrastructure funding for use throughout the fiscal year, along with adjustments to establish a special projects division, accommodating rising fuel costs, increased positions supporting administration, and aligning staff with departmental needs. At this time, I'd like to welcome back to the podium Patrice Dietrich to introduce our final board priority.
Okay, so with the recent organizational changes within the Chief Executive Office, we've had the opportunity to align all of the internal support, general government, business departments with one team approach. And so in this upcoming year, you're going to see the leadership teams of these departments actually strive to do even more, delivering efficient public services. Some of the key projects and initiatives that you'll see us focused on in support of the organization as a whole include go live for our ERP system, our Enterprise Resource Project system, very early October. We're in the last couple of weeks, and our financial management system and our budget system are going to replace the old system that we've had for more than 20 years. So we will be moving to state-of-the-art financial systems to complement our existing best practice financial policies and long-range modeling. And we've learned a lot through this process. So post-go live, we're going to work on support, dialing things in, getting all of our staff trained and able to utilize this new system effectively, and then begin the analysis of something called HR management systems, because Tamara is already looking at us and saying there's more to do. The IT systems beyond the financial packages that I've been mentioning here are the core of case management and program operations in all of our county departments. Safeguarding those operations through security policies and procedures, and implementing best practice technologies across the organization remains a focus for IT leaders in the county as a whole. And we'll be utilizing the prior Gartner study to bring some of those recommendations forward. This budget does include the final implementation of the IT compensation classification structure that the board had previously approved, and the goal here is to support departments in meeting current workload. We have implemented results-based accountability into our department performance visioning plans. We're currently working on the look back. How did we end the year? What does the data tell us so that we can work towards the look forward in the winter? We want to be clear on the goal for our performance, both operationally and budget performance, before and aligning with mid-year, so that we will be setting the stage for all in advance of our 2024 budget planning. And as Jody said, performance measures, how well are we doing and is anyone better off, remains a common theme throughout all of these departments. And then finally, something very exciting from our GS8 team. They have a concept and a plan for moving forward with our county CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, recognizing tremendous amount of work in updating county facilities, just keeping operational and going, the ones that we have, as well as some very key projects that are critical and dear to multiple of our departments. So we look forward to providing you updates on all of these business efficiencies throughout the fiscal year. And I'm going to turn it over to Jewel to take us through the highlights in this priority area. I really want to just take a quick minute and recognize Jewel and thank her for the leadership that she has brought to the budget process. Jewel chairs the budget team. She brings the county budget staff all together, and without her her leadership and her passion and her drive and her support and her willingness to get down into the nuts and bolts weeds and then step back and look at all to see what makes sense, this cool book wouldn't be before you this evening. So thank you very much, Joel.
Thank you, Patrice. So the 2023 adopted budget for the departments delivering efficient public services totals $357.9 million. Budgeted appropriations are funded by $217 million in department revenue, the use of $13.5 million in fund balance and retained earnings, and $127.3 million in net county cost. While there are staffing adjustments recommended for this priority, they result in a net zero change to the overall position count. Compared year to year, the budget making up this priority has increased $83.1 million with a zero net impact to positions. Of particular note is the largest piece of this priority budget that Patrice mentioned earlier, called county operations. And it encompasses 28 of those administrative or accounting type budgets. And those include many things that benefit our overall organization, including benefits and our self-insurance funds. We have accounting-related pass-through accounts that provide vehicle license fee and general fund contribution to other departments and agencies. Appropriations for contingencies, the county's annual contingency budget relies in there as well. We have ARPA funding, county court funding, cannabis program, and focus on prevention, among others, in this category. So it is a large portion of this particular priority, totaling $232 million, representing, as Patrice said, nearly 65% of the overall priority for this section, but it does benefit the overall county organization. For departments delivering efficient public services, the assessor will continue with a front counter remodeling project that they began in the past fiscal year. The auditor controller, as you heard earlier, will fully appropriate remaining enterprise resource planning funding in order to fully implement the financial and performance management systems in Oracle Cloud. The Board of Supervisors and Chief Executive Offices will initiate the remodel of cubicle stations throughout the 6th floor. The General Services Agency will establish $9.5 million in building community services investment funding for the restoration of county property, in addition to adjustments that will reallocate prior year savings to manage ongoing maintenance and improvement needs, and add positions to support administration and facilities maintenance. And finally, Information Technology Central will use Community Corrections Partnership revenue to fund the Probation Data Warehouse project. At this time, I would like to welcome our CEO Human Relations Director, Tamara Thomas, to the podium to provide some highlights on the department.
Tamara, good evening. How are you?
Good morning, or good morning. It's almost 1 a.m.,
We're going to get
right?
there, yeah.
I thought we were going to get there. Good evening, Chairman Withrow,
That's
board
right.
members, CEO Hayes, and County Council Bose. It's my great pleasure to be here tonight and give you a little bit of highlights of the CEO HR team And believe me, when I look at this mission statement, to create an environment that attracts, cultivates, and retains a world-class workforce, we had no idea when we developed that in 2018 what was in front of us in the next 3 years. And so work looks different today. The work environment obviously looks very, very different. I want to thank the board for their support through this budget round and from the prior round. Over the summer, as you well know, we were able to provide a compensation package as well as a bonus opportunity for choice for employees. And I have long heard CEO Hayes have this vision of a choice menu for employees. And I think as we go down this 2-year budget path, we are now looking at a 5-layer cake of generations. We have 5 generations in the workforce who all want a little bit something different. They want a taste of what their employer is giving them based on where they are at in their development as an employee, and that looks very different amongst the 5 generations. And so we have our work cut out for us, but what I do see that is opportunity. It is great opportunity to be where we are at. And you may think, well, how does 17% vacancy rate get us to opportunity? The challenge for us is we kind of faced a trifecta with the pandemic. There was lots of volatility in that, and people made personal decisions. Number 2, made personal decisions to not re-enter back into the workforce, whether that was retiring early or whether that was self-employment or whether that was a shift in personal priorities. That trifecta did not help the fact that in 2021 we had 47.4 million people in the United States who quit work in that year. And so what that's left us with is 7.5 million individuals to fill 11.4 million positions. There just simply is not enough people at this moment to fill all the positions that we have. And so we have to be very strategic with our retention and recruitment policies that this board has given us direction on. And we plan to, our team is planning some really exciting things to take advantage of the opportunities. We're looking forward to the marketing manager that we have for talent acquisition. It's the first time we have had a dedicated resource for that end, to that end. And what we will be doing along the way is looking at policy reviews to see that they are in alignment with our recruitment strategies. If we need to adapt, then we'll be looking at those. We'll be bringing those forward to the department heads as well as ultimately to this board if we need to make changes so that we are supporting recruitment and retention efforts and not working against them. So there's lots of opportunity for us there just on the policy side of the house. So that's some of the what. How we do that is, a full-out launch on how do we become the employer of choice. We're excited to say we're going to have our very first Stan County Job Fair. We have always participated with other job fairs. We're going to be looking at doing that now on our own and be inviting, those that we think are targeted and are available to come to work and doing some targeted efforts that way. We're going to focus on the whole employee and the employee experience. We know that these generations want different things, and that means as to health and wellness as well. What's attractive? We need to make sure we're asking our employees, what is it going to take to get you to stay? They have their choice, and we need to be seen as desirable. We're going to do a lot of work in that arena to be asking employees, how can we be successful with that? So, what if we do all of this? Well, we hope we're as successful as the planning piece of the compensation package kind of leads us down that path, wrap around with all of those things that we think are going to make that successful. We're going to look at the data. We're going to figure out what is working. We're going to mirror that. We're going to repeat the things that are working, and we're going to cut out the things that aren't to the extent that there is a mutual beneficial path forward for both the employer and the employee. And look, more meaningful work, everyone wants that. I think that is a passion and a drive for every one of our employees, regardless of the generation that they are associated with. And I am looking forward to making this county a success and being the employer of choice in Stanislaus County. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have related to the daunting task that is ahead of us. But again, it's an opportunity, and we are super excited to be involved in that.
Thank you, Tamara. Any questions for Tamara? Okay, thank
Great,
you very
thank
much.
Okay, I'll wrap this up. So the 2023 adopted budget incorporates funding for 4,746 positions. This represents a net increase in the allocation count of 159 positions from the 4,587 included in the 2022 adopted budget. A net increase of 150 positions has been authorized through fiscal year 2022, and a net increase of 9 positions is recommended with the 2023 adopted budget. Since the economic downturn of 2011, the position allocation has gradually increased by 1,138 positions, or approximately 32%, from a low of 3,608 on the far left to the 4,746 in the 2023 adopted budget. This chart illustrates the total number of full-time allocated positions on the upper light green line, and then also the full-time employees in dark green below it, and then the current vacancy rate identified by percentage in gray. As of August 1st, 2022, the county organization has experienced a 17.9% vacancy rate. So very important, those initiatives and strategies in place that Tamara spoke to. As Jody mentioned earlier, we do maintain an acknowledgement page within the budget document, and I really want to call your attention to this special section. It's almost hidden behind the table of contents, but if you look to pages 10 and 11, you will see all those who support and participate in creating the budget presented before you this evening. Those who've spoken this evening are a small sampling and a small representation of a larger group who pulled this together. And that, along with the leadership provided by your board, our CEO, senior leadership team, and our department heads, we as an organization have been able to embrace a shared vision towards improvement and the provision of benefits in the community, and ultimately implement the allocation of resources and initiate the activities that bring that vision to life through the work of our CEO and department budget teams that you see here tonight. None of this is possible without the hard work and perseverance of those identified on those 2 pages of the budget document. It is with the sincerest thanks and appreciation that we recognize the staff and partners who have worked so hard to bring forward these balanced financial strategies to expand services in the community this year and for years to come. It's like our mission: we build community, this time one budget at a time. As a reminder, I wanted to let you know that you can find the 2023 adopted budget at www.stancounty.com/budget. Alternately, you can go to the primary Stanislaus County website page at stancounty.com, scroll about halfway through the page, and you'll see this screen here. If you click on financial transparency identified by the piggy bank, you will find the 2023 adopted budget as well as our previous budgets. We have 12 staff recommendations for your consideration this evening. Number 1, accept the 2023 adopted budget and the 2024 spending plan as presented from the Chief Executive Officer. 2, conduct the scheduled public hearing to receive public comment and input on the recommended operational plan for fiscal year 2023. Direct and approve any changes the Board of Supervisors chooses to make to the 2023 adopted budget and 2024 spending plan, then formally adopt the 2023 adopted budget. Authorize the Chief Executive Officer and the Auditor Controller to make the necessary technical adjustments in order to implement the 2023 adopted budget. Number 5, direct the Chief Executive Officer and the Auditor Controller to prepare the adopted budget document and supporting schedules in accordance with state law and submit to the State Controller prior to December 1st, 2022. 6, amend the salary and position allocation resolution to reflect the recommended changes identified in the 2023 adopted budget as outlined in the staffing impact section of the report and detailed in attachments 2 and 3 to become effective the start of the first full pay period beginning on or after September 24th, 2022, unless otherwise noted. Number 7, approve contracts or agreements listed on Attachment 4 in cumulative amounts of $200,000 or more as of July 1st, 2020, and authorize the General Services Agency Director, Purchasing Agent, or previously authorized department head to sign. 8, adopt the updated Board of Supervisors priorities as detailed in this report and our presentation. 9, adopt the Building Community Infrastructure Fund policy and the updated Community Development Fund policy as outlined in this report and detailed in attachments 6 and 7, respectively. Almost there, I promise. 10, approve an increase to the contingency reserve assignment in the general fund of $1.3 million over that established in fiscal year 2022, consistent with the contingency reserve policy to retain at least 8% of the average annual discretionary revenue receipts from the preceding 3 fiscal years to mitigate any exposures to the general fund. 11, authorize the Auditor Controller to release $958,697 of committed other fund balance in the general fund to unassigned fund balance. And finally, 12, approve a total appropriations budgetary limit for annual appropriations of tax revenue for fiscal year 2023 in accordance with the provisions of Propositions 4 and 111 and establish a general operating limit of $490,145,563 using the population and inflation methodology per Attachment 8. And that concludes our presentation of the 2023 adopted budget. At this time, we are available for your questions.
Very good. Thank you all very much. I want to thank everybody, Jody, Patrice, Ruben, Jewel, Joshua, Tina, Patrick, Tamara, everybody who presented tonight. Thank you guys all very much. And before we look for any questions here, just to remind everybody, and we do this every time we try to talk about, every time we talk about budget, is to make sure everybody's aware that we have all spent hours with briefings with staff, and everybody's had their input and been involved in this process. And so we very much appreciate that's the way we do things around here, is we make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get involved. This has been all explained to everybody and gone over with everybody, all the supervisors. And so if it seems like we don't have all these questions for a $1.7 billion budget, we have had a lot of questions and been involved, and I appreciate everything that staff does to let us do this. So just started off with that. Any questions from the board before we open up the public hearing? Buck?
Yeah, I do have one. It's very minuscule compared to the $1.7 billion budget. Exactly. The youth substance use disorder. The grant goes till September 30th, and then it's going to be funded by cannabis. When that runs out after the 6 months, do we have a funding source ID'd already for that particular program? It's so important. It's so important to have that thing funded.
I know the department is looking into that and looking at other opportunities for funding.
But nothing ID'd yet?
Not that I'm aware of yet.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Buck. Anybody else before we open up the public hearing? Okay, we are going to take it out to the public, open the public hearing. I do have some speaker cards here. We'll start with those. The first one I have is Stephen, is it Gross? Gross? It is Gross. Gross, perfect. Stephen, thanks for hanging out with us this long tonight. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Well, I come before you today, or tonight, to protest a decision that will undoubtedly negatively impact CSA's capacity to serve our community. I am one of 10 software developers that is about to be reclassified or misclassified as a software administrator. I'm going to be speaking from my perspective, but everyone in my unit could come up here and give you their own story. It'd be very similar. I've worked for the county for 7 years developing software, and in that time, neither the tasks assigned to me or the tasks that I've completed by any stretch of imagination could be classified as a software administration, not by the way that the county describes it on stancounty.com in the job descriptions. And I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things that kind of bolster that. When the county was hit with COVID and was having trouble keeping track of all of the related inventory items ranging from baby formula to shampoo, they came to my partner and I. We did not administer a solution, we engineered one. We created from scratch a system that kept track of all of their items, put them in the categories, kept track of where they were being stored, who was taking them out, who brought more in, and it also notified the employees when it was time to order more so that there would never be a lapse in what we were able to provide to the community. The system replaced records being kept on multiple Excel spreadsheets as well as physical pieces of paper. When next they came to us, they were having a hard time keeping track of the thousands of cases that were coming in regards to COVID. Individuals, families who were struggling during one of the hardest times we've ever faced as a county. Again, they were trying to keep track of all of this with multiple spreadsheets, and the quality of services was suffering. The spreadsheets were falling out of sync with each other, and details, cases were falling through the cracks. We did not administer a solution, we engineered one. We created from scratch a single life system that housed all of these records. It kept details of household information such as the size of the family, the type of home they were living in, languages spoken, ages, contact information. It also kept important dates such as infection dates, quarantine periods, and follow-up dates. The application would notify the workers when it was time to reach back out to these families to make sure that no one was going to be forgotten. Best of all, these workers were able to select items that a family needed in order to get through their quarantine period without them having to go back out into the public and possibly endanger more people. The worker was able to view a live inventory of what we had in stock because this application interfaced with the previous application mentioned. When a worker would select items to be distributed to a household, they were automatically deducted from the aforementioned inventory system so that no one item could be allocated twice. The system automatically emailed our community partners as necessary. It also helped us schedule and email drivers who would be responsible for delivering these goods out into the community. The data from this application was brought all the way up to the Board of Supervisors a couple of times and to the CEO's office. And it was, well, at the very least, aided the county in a challenging time. This also, you'd be hard-pressed to have found an off-the-shelf software to be able to meet the unique needs of that situation in such short time. There were 2 other applications that interface with those, making a total of 4, but I won't bore you with the details. Just know that they were well received, and we were very proud of them. In fact, I could know of at least 2 managers who had requested these applications who would vouch that they streamlined CSA's response to COVID. Now, these are just a couple of examples of the work that I, or we, do every day. Examples of the literally hundreds of in-house applications that we've created over the years. Now, thankfully, not all applications are emergencies in response to things like COVID, but they are nevertheless integral parts or tools that the agency needs to function. I presented or provided a very simple table talking about allocations of engineers with this new IT reclass that's kind of going through. And I wanted to run through it really quickly. The Ag Commissioner's Office has 42 total staff. They get 1 engineer. ITC with 46 gets 1 engineer. Workforce Development gets 2. DA gets 2. So on and so forth, all the way down to the bottom. 1,172 employees at CSA, and we don't have a single engineer to back up all of the work that's going to come through. And the work's not going away. It's not changing. It's just not going to be able to get done. And I would like to emphasize here that this isn't about money. As you probably know, these 2 positions pay exactly the same. We're simply fighting for what is best for the CSA, the county, and our community. 2 more sentences. We know the type of work that is required by the agency. We know what happens when it's no one's there to do it. Everyone keeps telling us that this is, the pay's the same, so what's the difference? And I would turn that back to you. The pay's the same. Why are you denying us the classifications for the same pay? We're practically begging you to do infinitely more complex work for the exact same pay, because that's what we need. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, for coming down. Okay, any other, I do have Howard. Howard, did you want to speak on the budget? You put 9, but it wasn't. Come on down.
First of all, I want to apologize to you earlier, but we get to talk about the state and county now that we mentioned that in the reference of where I was wrong, and I apologize to you for that, the previous time I was up here. We have a little situation here, and part of the situation, I'm going to have a little trouble, but I think we can get through this. I have a slight stroke, and I have a slight concussion. I'm getting through it, and I'm working through it okay. I'd like to explain a few things, and I want to thank everybody for the last part of this on 8 and 9 for the hard work and everything. It sounds great, but this is where I'd like to take it back to. Does anybody, I don't know, we came here in the city of Stanislaus County in 2012, and I'm guessing in 2014 they shut down the old Salvation Army on I Street versus the new one that was built, the low barrier, there on D and 9th Street. Do you recall what year that was?
You guys remember what year we moved the Salvation Army to D Street, 9th and... yeah, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'm thinking
how about...
4 years ago.
How do you pronounce your... excuse me, ma'am. How do you pronounce your name?
Joel.
Would you know that?
Yeah, it was probably, Howard, it was probably about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago that we did that move.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to mention some things real quick. It's updated Board of Supervisors priority areas, Salvation Army, revenue with costs, donor program, Chief Executive's office, the grant funding and caseworker, the donor program, the COVID, and thank you for mentioning the DST. I work for the DST, and thank you for the funding. It's been great. They don't have an office, so I'd like to see that we can continue to have an office. We lost a contract downtown down here, and it's been difficult for us because you guys are mixing us with the Salvation Army, and they base it on the health services that when Salvation Army has any COVID testing done like that, they automatically shut down the street team. We were off for 3.5 weeks because of that, because of the health department. If we would not have been in the back section of where it was at Salvation Army, that would have never occurred or happened. We contain ourselves, we do our self-tests and everything. We went through a long period of time, almost 4 weeks of testing for the requirements from the health department because of Salvation Army. I would like to see that scrutiny to be taken care of, and for the longest time I couldn't get answers from nobody, and I'd like to see that separated somehow, some way, and I'd like to see if we can get an office. We are growing, we're trying to clean up the streets, we're making great progress. We've got great COs, and a lot of things are happening that I see that this happened in Stanislaus County and in Modesto alone about housing, everything that we've talked about tonight. One of the most important things that I want to talk about is that this is kind of difficult. On the 2nd of this month, a disgruntled person that used to be a friend of mine, anyways, I was out there walking my dog real quick and minding my own business. The brother comes up to me and he tells me, it's a story, but it's a quick one. And he tells me, hey, leave my sister alone and blah, 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 and all this and everything. I will beat you to a pulp and I'll kill you. So I did the proper thing. I went through the protocol. I called 911. I called the police department. I know I'm talking fast, but I'm going to try to get through all this. And I called the police department. The officer came out finally. He spoke to me, and we got through the report. And one of the things he said, well, it's not illegal. Did he put hands on you? I said, no, but he's threatened me, and I'm telling you, he's going to kill me today and right now. And I told him that this is a serious threat. I want to do a citizen's arrest. Well, there's no merit for it because there was no physical hands put on you under the First Amendment right. He has anything that he can say. Okay, officer, thank you very much. Have a nice day. As soon as I got off the property, 10 minutes later, I got struck in the middle of the intersection of 9th Street and D Street, right there, with a billy club with the attempt to do murder. And the guy is still out there, and nobody's helped me. I went from Officer 1 to 10 minutes for the second one, and then I went to the lieutenant, and the lieutenant says that they're closing the case, there's no merit for it, and blah, blah, blah. I said, why'd you close the case? I was here Thursday, and now Friday you're telling me who has this kind of pull. So he said, okay, I'll reopen it for a detective to pick it up and district attorneys. I've been involved with Adult Protective Services, Victim Services, everybody that I can possibly get. I did everything to exhaust all my remedies, including Chief Gillespie. Chief Gillespie said that they're closing the case, and I disagreed that it needs to be continued. Here's my question. You talk about all this budget, and you talk about all these fancy things that was done. When Salvation Army was built, did you ever think to put cameras on there?
think we do have cameras at that low barrier
You
shelter.
have 2 cameras. You have one at the entrance of the low barrier and the outside barrier. You have no cameras whatsoever. Did you ever think that that's a busy intersection there at the 9th Street and D Street, and the amount of accidents that's happened there and the killings that's happened there? You have nothing on that building on D Street, and you have nothing on the side building, and you have nothing in the back, in the parking lot back there. There's a lot of things happening in Salvation Army. I want justice done, and if this, I'm not making any threats to the staff or anything, but I'm just hypothetically speaking. I will take this to the top, okay? Fifth District, everything. I will take it to the top to make changes for this to happen. You talk about this budget, and that was not included in the budget. Why?
Okay, Howard, I'm sorry. We're going to have to cut you off. You've run out of time here. But before you leave, I just want to thank you for being a part of the Downtown Streets team, and we're very proud of what you guys are doing. It's unbelievable the work that you're doing out there, and I just want to let you know how much we all appreciate everything you're doing there. Okay, and we will work on some of these other things, the other concerns you have. We will work on these and try to get back to you on these. Okay.
Okay, one last thing real quick. Why wasn't years ago, because we talked about a 10-year budget, that this stuff that you guys are talking about wasn't enacted? I can't imagine that anybody didn't come up with some kind of portfolio, because this is the first time I'm hearing about it in 10 years.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Howard. Thank you for being a part of the meeting tonight. I appreciate you being here.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Okay. Any other concerns, questions? Come on up, John.
Okay, well, first, on behalf of Miguel Donoso, here are his comments for the record on the budget. Yeah, my name is John Mataka. I'm with the Grayson Neighborhood Council. I just had a couple of brief comments. One, I just saw the presentation on the retention of employees. And as a community member, a former county employee for many, many years, I heard the gentleman say that they want to be called IT engineers. They don't want any more money. They just want their title to get recognized for that they're engineers. They're not just IT. You know, they're not just, you know, they're more than what the title says. Okay. When you talk about 17.6 retention, that seems like a simple fix for me. Give those folks their title. I mean, you know, it's not a line budget item. You're not paying no money. You know, I mean, it just is a slap in the face to that whole issue. That's the thing that's kind of getting at me. But the other thing I want to say is in regards to the one new position at Environmental Resources, I hope that position, it supposedly says to monitor the waste-to-energy contract with the city of Modesto, basically to monitor Covanta waste-to-energy with the city of Modesto. I would hope that monitoring would be to make sure that they're not cheating ratepayers for saying that they're burning waste and garbage that they're not burning. Because, you know, I don't know where it's at, and I know you're not allowed to talk about litigation, but I know that the city of Modesto and the county were in court over that issue due to at least $1 million that they cheated ratepayers like myself and other people in the county, saying that they processed waste that they did not process. So I hope that position for the next 5 years that contract has left, that position would be to be a watchdog over that particular issue. And that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, anybody else before we close the public hearing and bring it back to the board? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for further comments, discussion. Buck, you're first all night tonight.
All night long, I guess. District 1, right? Number 1. First, just like to thank the entire budget team for all the briefings that we had, all my emails and texts getting answered with probably just some mundane questions. But I support this budget. It's efficient, well-planned budget. The budget is investing in our workforce, continuing to invest in the public safety and justice system. We are investing in our neighborhoods, unincorporated communities, new infrastructure projects, investing in our county properties where some maintenance has been deferred for a while. We're investing in our parks, libraries. All this together is going to have a huge impact on the quality of life of residents here in Stanislaus County. I think we need to thank past boards, past staff, and current staff for their planning and decision-making. Some of those decisions that were made in the past were tough and not very popular. But it's to us now, it's given us the position now to reinvest those financial resources back into our community. Let us not forget that it's people's money, and we're going to invest it back in their neighborhoods and communities. So I'll be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Buck. Anybody else? Manny? Vito, you out there? I know you are.
I am.
Jeez.
And I have no comment. Very, very good budget. Hey. Remember, it's 1:22 now.
We got it. Good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for doing this. This is great. We appreciate you being there. Okay. If I could, just a couple things. I know I thanked everybody did the presentation here, but I want to thank all the department heads that are here tonight, all our departments, whether you're here tonight or not. I appreciate all of our department heads, all of our rank and file employees. You know, we're only as good as you guys are, and this just doesn't happen without you. And so I'm so thankful. We're all so thankful for the quality of work that we get out of everybody here. You know, from the accountant standpoint, for us, it's all about being able to have these numbers to be able to make good decisions. And I say this over and over again, but I wouldn't hesitate to have any one of you come to work in my office, and I'll still recruit. We're still doing that. But yeah, I'm just very proud of the work that you guys do and the information you provide to us that just makes us all look good. And so again, thank you all for that. This is kind of hard to take a little bit, and it's good Jim is here tonight too, because we come from I know when I first started, I know when Vito first started, and certainly when Jim was here, we came from a time of things were probably as bad as they had been in this county for a long time. We had cut our workforce. We literally laid off 25% of our workforce. Wages, 6%, eliminated health benefits, another 2%, so an 8% reduction. And as I looked at this one chart that we had here, our discretionary revenue, it went back to 2013, but if you go back to 11-12, which is kind of when I got involved in this, and you look at what our discretionary revenue back then, it was $140 million. And here we are today talking about $283 million, going to be $291 million we anticipate for the next year. More than doubled our discretionary revenue over the last 10 years, 12 years, 11 years. So we come from this background, and I know with our newer ones here, it's been a nice ride, you know. It's been, I mean, we came from this terrible situation where we just were, how are we going to get through each day? I mean, the services we were providing to this community were just getting decimated, and we were trying to figure out how to get through each day and continue to provide services to our taxpayers. And now here we are in a situation where we've got a lot of money in our general fund, and we're trying to figure out how to spend it down, and it's just tough, you know, and I'm sure Vito shares those feelings too. It's tough to feel comfortable doing that because we were forever trying to replenish our general fund after we had gone through it pretty hard. And thank God that we had it, and thank God for our predecessors, as Buck has said here, that we had people before us and staff and everybody before us that helped us have that general fund available for us to get through those times. And then our mentality was we need to replenish it, get back, because we know that, again, we're going to get back into those times again. That day's going to come. So it's hard to just say we're going to, now all of a sudden we're going to spend. And I know a lot of times we hear out there in the community, especially from our other agencies, the other cities, you know, we say we're going to have a $200 million general fund at the end of maybe next year. I think that was close to the number we were coming up with. And that's bigger than most of our agencies' budgets, most of the city's budgets in this county. We have a general fund bigger than what they spend every year, just sitting in our savings account. But I always want to remind everybody, and this isn't totally apples to apples, but we have a $1.7 billion, sorry, this is the accountant speaking, this is what I do. But we have a $1.7 billion budget, and that's about if you think about that, over a 12-month period, we're going to spend $1.7 million. That's about $150 million a month that we go through. So to say that we have a $200 million budget, general fund savings account, if everything went to hell in a handbasket, we would pretty much go through our general fund in a couple months. You know, and you got to keep that in perspective, and not necessarily, because there's all kinds of different funding sources and the way it comes and goes, and our general fund doesn't go to all these, a lot of it. But if our funds were to stop, we $200 million sounds like a lot. We go through it pretty darn quick, couple months, and we're out of money, out of services. So we have to be careful, and the fact that we have this general fund, and there's a reason for it. There's a reason we've built that up, and we are going to spend it down because we need to get the taxpayers' monies. There's no reason for us to sit on money and have a need out there, right? We all want to make this a better place to live in Stanislaus County. So that's the mindset before it, and I so appreciate staff and the board and everybody, all our department heads, that are thinking that way. Yeah, we've got all this money. We don't want to just sit there and hoard it. We do want to get it out, but we have to be very careful as to how we do that. And it's got to be very calculated. And when it comes down to, just as Jody said, and we've said a couple of times here, we need to have results with the money that we're going to spend. And that's the way we've always been. A results-based accountability is what we've always talked about. We've got to have results. If we're going to spend this money and get it out in the community, it's the taxpayers' money. We want to get it back in the community so they can feel the results and see the difference and how much better a place this is. So that's my accounting speech for today. But I very much support this. I very much support all that you guys have done to get us to the spot and to allow us now to be able to try to spend down and get this money back into the community with an eye, always with that eye on when's the next recession coming, when's that day coming, and are we ready for it, and make sure we're ready for it. And I feel we are. We always have been. We plan out for so many years. Just great work that all of you do. And so I feel comfortable kind of with spending this down, but I because I know how good a staff and what a great job you guys have all done to get us to this point. So anyway, very much support what we've done here. So if we don't have any other comments or concern, we will look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
District 1 Supervisor Condit.
Aye.
District 2 Supervisor Chiesa.
Aye.
District 3 Chairman Withrow.
Aye.
District 4 Supervisor Graywall.
Aye.
And District 5 Supervisor Condit.
Passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. Okay, we will
Mr.
move.
Chair?
Yes.
If I could really quickly, it is time for me to drop off this call. I know I have to note that in the record, but tomorrow we start early again with our congressional visit, so I am going to drop off.
Very good. Thank you. You're a trooper. Thanks, Vito.
Yeah, and thank you, Vito. I do want to recognize that I had shared with Vito that we'd probably be done by about 9 o'clock our time, 12 o'clock his time. And I think he has another meeting starting in about 6 hours, so thank you.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to item 9.2, public hearing to consider adoption of the Stanislaus Urban County Fiscal 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Angela and Anna, how are you guys?
Good evening.
Sorry you're here so late.
Yes, we'll make this short and sweet. Angela Freitas, County Planning Director, and I'm just going to turn it right over to Anna.
I was going to say good morning. Good evening, soon to be good night. Today we have the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, the CAPER as we call it. The end of the year wrap up for HUD entitlement funds or U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. What it is again a wrap up of what we've done in fiscal year 21-22. Stanislaus County serves as the lead agency for the Stanislaus Urban County, which includes 7 of the 9 cities. We've been in entitlement since 2001. What this means is we don't have to compete every year for this funds, but nothing is completely free. So part of it is we need to report on everything that we've done with the funding that we've utilized during 21-22. So we have Community Development Block Grant Funds, CDBG, Emergency Solutions Grants Funds, ESG, and then we received 2 rounds of CDBG CARES money and 2 rounds of ESG CARES money as well. So the Community Development Block Grant Funds are shared amongst the 7 cities. So each city receives a portion for activities, and by choice, each city has dedicated their activities funding that they've received this year for multi-phase, multi-year infrastructure and health and safety projects. And they also get an allotment of administration funding to oversee the project on a yearly basis. Stanislaus County, for example, has used their allotment for the West Modesto Infrastructure Improvement Project. We've completed 2 phases in the Spencer Marshall neighborhood, and we are working with Public Works on the Rouse, Colorado, and also in partnership with the city of Modesto. So, and then we do a federally mandated portion of our funding, $25,000 for fair housing services, and 10% for public services dedicated to the moderate and low-income individuals that need assistance. So, this last year, we were able to fund 10 public service grants programs with the CDBG Public Services. Over 2,159 unduplicated individuals were served. 244 were over the age of 62. 169 were female head of households, to give you a breakdown of it. And then CDBG CARES money was awarded to 6 programs to help with rent, utility assistance, emergency food, and hazard pay for their agencies. And our Emergency Solutions Program, we were able to fund 3 programs. $196,713 was dedicated for that program, and 483 unduplicated individuals were provided services. 38 were homeless individuals assisted and were put into stable housing, and 36 were over the age of 62, 68 female head of household. Now, the ESG CARES money was able to be funded to these agencies: Family Promise, We Care, Community Housing and Shelter Services, for program support for their shelters, and United Samaritans, which owns the facility for the We Care Shelter program. They were awarded funding for the shelter renovation, which will bring us hopefully a minimum of 20 additional beds and upgrade the campus of the shelter to accommodate emergency summer and winter overflow. Now, for our 5-year plan, which the CAPER reports on, we are actually in a very good place for year 2. We are at 50% or higher for our 5-year goal for most of our goals outlined for community emergency responses, public infrastructure, work to end and prevent homelessness, and affordable housing. Our 1-year goal was kind of just over 50% for the majority. The ones we couldn't really move on too much was homeless prevention and rapid rehousing, which is rental assistance. And that was due more to the fact of a moratorium, and because of the moratorium, less available affordable housing units out there. So we did release the CAPER out on September 2nd, bringing it to today before you for a staff recommendation to conduct a public hearing. We did do several community meetings. We did take it to the Stanislaus Homeless Alliance and also to the local continuum of care, and there was no comments received. Before you, we again are asking to conduct the public hearing, approval of the 21-22 CAPER, authorization for staff to incorporate any comments received at the public hearing, and to submit to HUD with any adjustments as directed by HUD, which would be only technical in nature. Any questions?
Okay, very good. Any questions for Anna or Angela? Seeing none, we will take it out and open the public hearing. I do have one speaker card. Nick, Good job, buddy. Thanks for hanging around.
Thank you all. I know it's very late and we're all very tired, so I'll try to keep this as concise as I can. So Nick Jensen, California Rural Legal Assistance. I just wanted to share some comments that we weren't able to get in quite by the deadline, just to make sure they're on the record here today. So the CAPER, it's a performance review. It's supposed to enable review by the public and by HUD of the county's progress toward its consolidated plan goals over the past year. And they're basically, our read of it is that there are 3 areas that require some additional information in order to enable that review and make everyone fully able to understand everything that should be understood. So number 1, in terms of infrastructure. So first of all, one of the first things that the CAPER says is that infrastructure is a high priority need, and that's fantastic. And it mentions that it uses CDBG funds, 1.7 million, and it says the figure on table 1, I believe, is that that's been used to help 700 households. But there doesn't seem to be much of any information in the CAPER detailing the specifics of any of the projects that went into those $1.7 million dollars in CDBG funds, nor which 700 households are being supported by that. And so it seems that there needs to be some additional information detailing those projects. What are the projects? Where are they? How much and how well have they been achieved over the past year? So that seems to be important information regarding infrastructure. Number 2, I was surprised to see that there was nothing about the home consortium, considering that was such a big change that happened this year. And I know that staff did a ton of work to make sure that Stanislaus County could be taking over as lead agency of the home consortium after Turlock resigned unexpectedly as lead agency. And I was surprised that I didn't see anything about that transition in this report. And it seems that there should be something about it, both in terms of the additional benefits the county will experience and the additional duties it will incur, and how those will affect future annual action plans. And third and final, trying to keep this short, there are a few sections. So there are some numbers that are pretty good, but then there are also a few sections where the numbers are kind of low. For example, when you look at the 5-year goal for rapid rehousing, it's 385, and out of those, only 5 households have been benefited. And there's some explanation provided. For example, increased rents and the COVID eviction moratorium. That those certainly have played a role, but that was the same explanation that was provided in the previous year's CAPER as well. And it seems that if there's not more detail provided and if there's not more exploration into what is preventing some of these what is causing some of these very low numbers, then we may risk replicating the same problems that happened this year again next year. And the more years it goes by, the harder it will be to, in the end, ultimately actually meet the consolidated plan's goals in some of these areas that still have quite low numbers. And yeah, that's pretty much all the comments. So those are the 3 things. Hopefully that wasn't too long.
No, that was perfect, Nick. Thank you. Thank you again for staying here so late, and those are noted, and I'm sure that will be addressed. So thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, we are going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board, and we look for further comment or a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. I think Vito is gone. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Very good. Thank you all very much. Correspondence.
This board has received the claims as noted on the agenda.
Acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. Any Board of Supervisor reports?
Quick report, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Chance.
We completed our 7th community cleanup within a year in Crow's Landing. That's where it started last year. We have 6 unincorporated communities in District 5, and so we're on our 2nd go-around. But we were able to fill 6 of those 30-yard large bins from Burlati. We went from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m., so it was a successful day. I want to thank all of our community volunteers. Fire Chief Bowen of Newman helped out. He volunteered. It's his 3rd time volunteering in these community cleanups, as well as the Orristemba High School Impact Club. Their senior class came out and helped out get rid of that trash and debris. So it was a great day in Crow's Landing.
Okay, good job, Chance. Thank you for doing that. Good work out there. I'm sure they all really appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Legislative Fiscal Management Report, Chief Executive Officer Jody Hayes.
Very quickly, I think since our last board meeting, the governor has signed the Care Court program, and many of us have seen a photo of our very own chairman, Terry Withrow, with the governor during the signing, and my time is up. Also, the governor pleasantly vetoed Assembly Bill 1951 that would have cut revenues on sales tax at the local level, so wrote a very good veto message there, cautioning everyone about pending financial headwinds in the state, and then we're tracking just a couple of bills left after that. That's all I've got.
Very good. Thanks, Jody. Thank you all for being here. Sorry it was so late, and this meeting's adjourned. Jim, thanks for hanging out with us all night.
You guys.